Hello and welcome to day 5 of Amplify Your Message here on the blue. Am I pointing the right direction? Blue is up there.
Yep. It is on my screen.
I have no idea. So Blue Talks Amplify Your Message. For those who have never heard of Blue Talks, it has been described as TEDx meets Chicken Soup for the Soul meets Mind Valley. Pretend they all had a baby. And really, what it stands for is business, life, and the universe, because the belief here is that everything's connected. And so we talk with business people, we talk about life, we talk about the universe, whatever it is that your message is. And so this whole show is called Amplify Your Message. So we want to help you, the viewer, amplify your message at the same time as helping everyone that we interview to amplify their message. And we get to learn and play the whole time. So today, Angela, you get to be my co-host, which I'm all excited about. We just met really recently, but I'm so excited. So can you tell us just a little bit about you so that we know where you're coming from with your questions today?
Yeah, absolutely. So my focus is, and I love that, Chicken Soup for the Soul and Mind Valley, et cetera, had a baby because that's that holistic aspect, right? And now, of course, now that I'm talking live, I have a frog in my throat that won't go away.
I have cat hair in my mouth because I was like, I love you so much. Oh, yeah. I'm going to do this all day.
Yeah, exactly. So I do leadership, and I have this one line that I love to share is that leadership is not about leading people. It's about influencing them. And in order to influence them, you must connect with them. But first, you must connect with yourself.
I love you already. It's such a fun time today. So yesterday, for those who haven't watched yesterday, you really need to go back and watch yesterday because many of the discussions were around leadership and how those soft skills, right?
I don't call them soft skills. I call them power skills.
That's where I was going. I was like, they're actually power skills. And I know if you've heard of Susan David, who talks about emotional agility, she uses that phrase a lot, the power skills. And she uses her research to help elevate that. Same with Brene Brown, talking about vulnerability, so that conversation of empathy can be used in business and leadership. Yeah, that's where yesterday was. And it was so beautiful.
Yeah, I love that. I actually had a program for a while called Vulnerability Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was about how often people, they're warriors and they're not willing to lean into their vulnerability because they see that as a weakness.
Oh, you and I, yeah. Okay, right. Now I want to tell you what I do because it blends right in. If you were done, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the dialogue. Let's go.
I love it. So I actually started off doing architecture, but I did architecture through the lens of human habit and mental health. It's like, how can I design a space without you even knowing that I'm helping you in your head choose different choices so that you can build better habits, have greater mental health, all of that. That has progressed into things like high performance. But now what I've really leaned into is who are those people changing the world? It's the solopreneurs and entrepreneurs like you and I. Those, I call them mess to message. I don't remember where I heard that first. My apologies. Yeah. But I loved it so much that really what happens is they get stuck in that vulnerability. They want to share their story because that's where their skills started. That's why they started their business. It's super important, but then they stop. And I see many professional speakers doing this is they'll tell their story, they'll give just enough detail, and then they'll go into their dip. Corey talks about the dip a lot. And then they stop right before that hard part at the bottom. But guess where your ideal clients are? That hard part at the bottom. And so if you're refusing to go there, what you're actually telling your audience is, it is uncomfortable for me to have a conversation with you. And that this is what they're hearing, you make me uncomfortable. Oh, and I can even feel it in my heart now. It just rips my heart apart.
Yeah.
So I teach a lot about the emotional thread behind people's stories because it's not about the thing, it's your perception of the thing.
100%.
It's not just your origin story evolves. So then as you evolve, how do you have that conversation when you're learning 50 different skills? Because it's not about the skills. It's about who you are and that emotional journey that you're taking.
Yep.
And so these interviews, you'll see it all through this week and today. These interviews are about getting to know Angela, getting to know Laura, getting to know all of our guests as human beings first. Then we get into your message, and of course, why they have that message comes out in their story. We get to like pick at it just a little bit in a loving, playful way. And then they start telling us about our business. But if they started with the conversation about their business, how many of us would go, right, click, have all the things. And so I want to make it about the human. Yeah.
Yeah. I love when people acknowledge the fact that B2B is really about human to human. So I always shift it. I'm like, it's never really B2B. It's always P2P, people to people.
Yeah.
Because whatever business that is, there are humans inside, on the other side, surrounding, etc., that business. And in every role that we operate with a business, we're also operating with everything that person has brought with them. Yeah. Everything from day one.
I love this. So I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. Our first guest isn't here. I did check to see if they sent me an email or anything, because that's how we've been communicating. I haven't heard. I will keep checking. So if I'm looking away, really, I'm trying to make sure that this keeps running.
Yeah, no worries. There was actually a major internet and technology outage today. So I know there are cell phones that are not working and emails that aren't working and all sorts of things that are not working. So yeah, I think I saw like close to 2,000 flights that have been canceled as a result.
Oh, I did see that part. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. It's impacting a whole bunch of stuff. So that could be part of it.
But I think the fun part is that means that you and I get to play for the next 35 minutes.
Yep.
Until hopefully our next guest comes. If not, I'm just going to assume the same thing. Something happened tech-wise, which always happens at least once during an event. So we'll hold some grace for them, some love for them, and hoping things get back on track. It's funny because Monday, actually, the first guest that we had, we couldn't see her. We couldn't hear her, but she could see and hear us. So then I had to go and friend her on Facebook. Pull up the video chat. I had my phone beside me on my tripod so that the background was all dark and the lighting was all weird. So I'm sitting here like this, like talking to my phone and the screen. Yep. I have headphones on. She has headphones on with like one on, one off. So we could hear each other. And
I love it. Where there's a will, there's a way.
We figured it out. It was great. So Angela, I want to know what inspired you to get into leadership, and especially that hard conversation about vulnerability.
Yeah, actually, this week I did a post kind of about it, touching on it on LinkedIn this week. I grew up in a very I'm hearing background. I'm hearing an echo. Are you hearing that?
A little.
Okay, I'm not hearing it now. I heard it for a second. There was like that reverb. So I grew up in an incredibly dysfunctional environment. All sorts of stuff that was going on. As a kid, I changed schools like 13 times between kindergarten and my senior year. We moved over 60 times. And no, I wasn't a military brat. It was just life in my household.
Okay.
And my freshman year of college, and we can dive into this more, I lost my mom. We'll dive into that at some point, I'm sure, during the day. And, all of that was fine. And what I found was that I didn't connect with people as a result, right? I felt so different from everyone. And, I get out of college, I do my career thing, I get married. We're married for 22 years and end up in a divorce. And it was when I was in the middle of that divorce that I started thinking, okay, what did I contribute to this?
Yeah.
And I'd been doing personal development work and all that kind of stuff, but it wasn't until the divorce that I was like, oh, all those walls that I had put up to protect myself from that childhood and everything that had happened, I brought those into the marriage.
Always.
Yeah. I mean, we continue until we learn, right?
Yeah.
And so then there was this whole process of, what do I need to do? I went to lots of different conferences and live events and read all the books and did all the things. And I'd get a little bit better. And then, I'd slide back, and I started studying about neuroplasticity. And I found a coach that would focus from that perspective, not NLP. I'm talking like really digging into, what are those subconscious thoughts? And as I started doing that work, I was like, oh, this is so good, because I finally started having breakthroughs about what was it that was going on in my head. And then I started, applying some of the things that I was learning with my clients, and lo and behold, they were getting these major breakthroughs. And so I just kept digging deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And here I am.
Oh my God, I love that. And I want to ask you a question. It seems a little off topic, but I love to start every interview with this. And so I want to know your answers, since it's just you and I chatting.
Yeah.
If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Bold, passionate, and joyful.
Bold, passionate, and joyful?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. So then why those words?
So those words actually came up when I was doing a leadership event, and we went through this process of doing this whole, how do we define ourselves? And you go through this whole thing, and you're like just throwing out words and throwing out words and throwing out words. And like everybody's talking, and it's, to get you out of your headspace while you're working on this.
Yeah.
And when those 3 words came out, it was like, oh, yes, those encompass the really bold, headstrong kid that I was, the passionate person that I am now, and the joy that I've always had despite whatever was going on. And it was, I am a bold, passionate, joyful leader, is what the whole thing was. So those were the 3 words that went up to being a leader, right? The type of leader that I wanted to be, or that I am. So yeah, that's how that came about. So when those 3 words came up, it was like, yeah, that feels good. And everybody that was part of it, this was like it was a 4-month-long program, 5-month-long program. And you're with about 100 people through this whole thing. And everybody was like, yes, 100%.
Oh, that's the best part, is when you get the feedback of people agreeing. And I know a lot of people, when I ask them the question, they're like, do you mean what people already describe me as? It's like, no. While that's fun, I want to know how you want them to describe you. I'm like, it's slightly different, because then it's not necessarily what you're getting as feedback, but what you want as feedback.
Yeah.
And I like to ask that question for many reasons. 1, I'm doing research. 2, we get to learn a lot about the human being before we ever learn about your business and your message. I didn't do that this time, but I just thought I'd ask. And then you get to see the thread, how all of it weaves in, just like we talked about Blue Talks being the baby of TEDx Chicken Soup for the Soul and Mind Valley, right? How everything's connected. These 3 words that you want to be seen as is connected in how you show up. It's connected in your message, in the type of business you own, in how you dress and how you speak, like all of it. And I started it because, you know how we have to write bios, and we hate writing bios generally. It gets really uncomfortable when you have to write about yourself. And so I created that buffer of, well, what if I just use descriptive words to describe me as a human being first, and how I like to see myself and how I'm hoping other people would see me too. And so I would say, Laura Lake is a playful luminary change maker who
Love
likes hiking, deep conversations, and nerdy cosplay. And then it kind of like shakes things up a little bit instead of saying like Laura's the #1 international best-selling author and spoke at Harvard and blah, 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 blah. Well, those things are cool. It's still something that made me really nervous, and it's still mind-boggling to me. Like, oh my God, yes. But then I get to know the human being, and I want people to know the human being.
Yeah.
So now I keep asking. And now I have like pages upon pages of notes of people and how they describe themselves. So I want to take these, put them in a spreadsheet, and I can see if I've interviewed the same person more than once, how they've shifted, where I can see patterns in how entrepreneurs, because those are the ones that answer the question, like to be described, or how they like people to see them. And then I want to do a TED Talk with all of this information.
I love it. I love it.
And maybe write a book on it or do something like that, because I see a lot of patterns of people wanting to be seen as authentic, especially in the last few years. People want to be seen as creative, as kind, as compassionate. Funny tends to come in different types of words, right? And so I'm thinking, what is the energy behind these words? I may have to like close my window. That's okay. It's like I need the air, but I can't. No sound. Yeah.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, good. There's cars going by, and I'm not sure.
No, I'm not hearing that. So
yeah. So what did you think of the question?
I love the question, and I'll tell you, it's interesting because I've done a lot of like trainings in corporations and stuff, and when I have people around the room introduce themselves, you know, everybody says, "Give us your name, tell us what you do," blah 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 blah, right? You know, all that kind of stuff. I ask them, "Who are you?"
Yes.
And people start out with, well, I'm an engineer and I'm over this department and, you know, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, you can't name your job. You can't name that you're a mom or a dad.
Yep.
You can't name that you're a homeowner. You can't use those descriptors. So who are you?
Yep. Thank you for that. That was kind of what I was trying to get away from at the beginning of these, because as soon as you ask people, you know, who you are or what do you do, they go, oh, time to turn on the elevator pitch or that pre-programmed response that I've written down a bajillion times and memorized in my head. I wanted to bypass that, to shake up the way that they were thinking and go, no, this isn't what I'm looking for.
Right.
It's going to come out naturally. And if I can get it to come out naturally, people will listen. But you can hear the difference between somebody going, hi, I'm Laura Lake. I'm a courageous connection coach, versus, hey, you know, I really love having stories with people and just knowing who they are as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, it's worlds apart. It's worlds apart.
So I know that we were also chatting last night about themes. So every day of the week, I tend to have a different theme. Monday, I don't even remember what Mondays was. Monday, it just happened to be that nasty things the teachers have told us had come up on Monday. So then Tuesday, I wanted to counteract some of that buildup of negative energy or the uncomfortable energy and say, look, there are some wonderful teachers too. What are some positive things that the teachers have said to you? Or maybe just a wonderful moment that has inspired you. So Angela, I'd love to go through some of these patterns with you and have that conversation as a recap, but at the same time as getting to know you and you getting to know me.
Yeah, we'd love to.
So has there ever been a time where a teacher, elementary school, high school, college, whatever, has just said something to you where it was not so positive and yet quite memorable?
Well, like I said, I changed schools so often. It was it was interesting because there are very few teachers that I even remember, because it was, you know, life was just always changing. You know, when you're moving in the middle of the night and, you know, there were times when I literally was like, if I go to school today and I come home, are they going to be in the same house? So when you're living like that, well, when I got into high school, I actually, the last couple of years of high school, I lived with my grandparents because I decided I'm moving out from my dad, and there's a reason why I was living with my dad rather than my mom. And I was like, I need something to stabilize my life because I'm not going to repeat this pattern of what I've been living in. And my grandparents lived in this teeny tiny little town. And so I go to this school where these kids had been together since kindergarten and before, because, it's a small little community. They went to church together, Sunday school together, all the things. They grew up completely together. And then this person who's lived in all these different places gets plopped into their classroom.
Yep.
And one of the teachers, she just would really have nothing to do with me. And in my senior book, she actually wrote a letter to me and apologized to me in that senior book. She said, it is my fault that I didn't take the time to get to know you better. And I will regret that the rest of my life. Yeah.
That's both of those, the moments where it drove you crazy and also the inspirational moment all in one.
Yeah. So she ended up being one of my favorite. I can still diagram sentences as a result of that teacher.
That's awesome.
They don't even do that anymore, right?
Actually, they do. Yeah.
Do they?
Some schools. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Because my daughter came home and showed me. I was like, what? I don't remember learning that.
Yeah. So it was powerful because, there were parents that didn't want their kids hanging out with me because I was new, and, so there was a lot that was going on. And for her to write that in my seat, and I had just learned, remember those walls, I had put those walls up. So I learned to just kind of deflect everything. And even though I was new, I still, I tried out for cheerleading and I made it. And, I did like all these things, and I actually was homecoming queen. And so even though I was only there for a short period of time, I really got involved because I was like, this is the rest of my life and I'm changing what happened. Mm-hmm. So I had that mindset, that bold mindset very young. So yeah, when she wrote that and I read it, I still have it somewhere. It's in a box somewhere, but I can't get rid of that book because it was like,
yeah, no. Oh my God. One of my high school teachers, can you hear that truck?
Barely.
Oh, good. Okay. Everything's working. It's like I can't test by myself, so you get to be my tester. Mm-hmm. One of the things one of the teachers said, there's lots, but one of the things one of my high school teachers told me is I get my handwritten assignment back, right? I'm doing a summary of a book that I read. And of course, the only books I read at that point were Nancy Drew and Archie comics. So it was a Nancy Drew book. Mm-hmm. And I'm writing my summary of the Nancy Drew book, and she hands it back to me with this red pen at the top that says, "You'll never be a writer." And I remember looking at that thinking, well, I would write poetry and I would write songs when I was younger. I never thought about writing short stories or a book, but I'll never be a writer. So, and I never thought of it. And I just thought from then on that I was a horrible writer. Mm-hmm. So then getting into this business of speaking and meeting Corey and saying, you can write blogs and you can write books. And here we're doing this brand new compilation book with Blue. He's like, I want you to be a part of it. I'm thinking, I'm not a writer.
Yeah.
But yet that first chapter, I was at the point in my life where I had a message. And in my head, I said to myself, there's no way I can't share this message. Mm-hmm. I just can't keep it to myself. Mm-hmm. It is a disservice to me and everyone who needs to hear it to keep it to myself. So I wrote a personal story about my bicycle accident being one of the best things that had ever happened to me. And it was from the heart. right? And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, the poor editor. She's going to come back with this massive red lines for me to fix, or telling me, she rewrote half of what I wrote. The only feedback I got back was, you use way too many commas. But other than that, this looks good. And I went, what?
I love it.
What? An editor told me that? Thinking the editor would be super hard on me and give me even more red lines than my high school teacher did. Just too many commas, because I would write the way that I spoke.
Yeah.
And so every time I paused verbally, comma.
I use the ellipses. ... I
do that now. I was like, okay, if I use a comma here, and I use 3 dots here, and I use a dash over here, depending on what I'm writing.
Yeah.
But that was eye-opening. So to have that difference in feedback with no extra training in between, none, other than life, just normal life moving forward. So then, have you ever had other experiences where people did kind of prejudge you like that, but then also come back and apologize, or maybe treat you differently afterwards?
Well, I mean, she's a great example of that. I mean, I was prejudged everywhere because I was always the new kid, over and over and over again. So I learned that I would be prejudged, and I just took that on, that I would be prejudged. And, we talk about, as you do personal development, that you learn to, what is the saying? What anyone else thinks of you is none of your business. I took that on really early, and I took it on with a major attitude.
Oh.
Okay. So it was like, you can't hurt me. As opposed to, you can't hurt me.
Yes.
Right? 2 very different places, same words, same belief system, just with different emotion behind it.
I love that as a segue. So Wednesday, we did different practices, different things that we could tangibly do together with us as well as the audience. And one of those practices was with, I want to say Nola. No, Brittany. Yes, it was Brittany. Where we practiced saying no. So the 3 of us, we were like, okay, make up something crazy, just like absolutely crazy, and then just ask somebody if they would do that, and we'll just practice saying no. So the first time I got asked a crazy question, I thought about saying yes, and I meant it, and then I was like, no, this is about practicing no. So I said no. But it was still a crazy request, and I found that I still wanted to say yes. And so that energy was yes, but no question. So then she asked a follow-up question saying, would I ever leave Blue Talks? And then I felt my body, just kind of like you were saying, that resistance. And it was this protective no, like hard from my core, from my gut, no. And I felt the difference. I'm like, wow, that no was the second strongest no I had ever said.
Oh, wow.
In my entire life. The first no was due to PTSD. Not to the PTSD, but the situation causing the PTSD.
Right.
And I went, oh, there's something here I'm not quite seeing and that I need to address. But that confidence in saying no, but not with the attitude of but like that softer, like calm, confident no. So how do I get from there to there? Like, that's my next journey. Whew.
Yeah. So I would love, so can we dig in a little bit to your PTSD?
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
I talk about vulnerability all the time. I cry.
Okay.
I'll be your guinea.
So what was that? What was that energy?
You mean the protective no for it? I'm totally going to cry, but Blue Talks has been one of the only spaces where I felt the seen, heard, and understood and supported.
Mm-hmm.
But if I said yes to leaving Blue Talks, it would be me saying no to who I've become. Not because Blue Talks is a part of my identity, but my identity because of my experience with Blue Talks.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm saying that part doesn't exist anymore. And it brings in the feelings of feeling segmented and disconnected all over again.
Yeah.
And so, no, I'm not leaving.
So is there any scenario where you could find yourself leaving Blue Talks?
Oh, I could make up scenarios. Like,
Mm-hmm.
let's say Corey's not running it anymore, and whoever's taking over for Corey tends to be one of those super icky sales type people, where it's the old school leadership of,
Right.
I'm just going to tell you what to do and you're going to do it.
Right.
Corey's not like that at all.
Right.
He's the complete opposite. Like, we're both East Coast. We grew up with the lifestyle of hospitality. Because if you grew up in the country, it's different. But if you grew up in a town or a city, most of the time, you get most of your money in the summer because of hospitality. Because of an influx of people coming to visit and tourism and all of that. So if you're not that, you don't make money. You don't live.
Right. Right.
You have to be that. And so many of us who grew up in the towns or the city, not everyone, of course, you have to have some level of that hospitality. And you can really see it in the way that Corey shows up. But also he grew up with a single mom, right? So he grew up with a lot of that heart-centered, working hard, just go after your dreams, but yet you have to curate the community to help you do that. Otherwise, it's not possible. And that's why community is a big part of Blue Talks as well. It's not just, let's get you on a stage, let's get you a book, let's get you doing whatever. It's, there has to be community here in order for you to feel like you can accomplish that, and so that you can leverage that afterwards.
How much of that community, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, go ahead.
How much of that community aspect do you think is part of that hard no that you gave out?
Huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been a part of other communities that teach me similar things. And I left every single one of them.
Yeah.
I'm still here, and it's been 8 years, I think. Like, I was just looking at a picture of Corey and I the first time I met Corey. He was speaking at an international trade show in Halifax. And I do what I normally do. My presence is my superpower. So I figure out where he's going to be on the stage. And then I sit in the front row seat directly in front of where he's going to be most of the time. Because I will speak with my body language and my facial expressions. So he's talking, and he's basically right in front of me. I know my hand's in front of the camera the whole time.
Yeah.
Like giving him nonverbal feedback the whole time.
Right.
So then what happens is he came up to me afterwards, which happens every single time I do that. So then we had that conversation. He found out I had a message I wanted to share, and he's like, I want to take you under my wing.
I love that.
Since he messages me on the good days, but then he also checks in on me on the bad days. That's why I'm still here.
People really don't understand the importance of community like that.
Yep.
Across the world, we've become such an isolated and more of a tribal environment. There's a book called Rule of the Clan by Robert, I think it's Weiner, Weiner. And he digs into tribal societies versus democratic societies, and how we all have these tribal tendencies because it's part of our DNA, right?
Yeah.
And
Mark Weiner.
Is it Mark?
Mark F. Weiner. Yeah. I looked it up.
Great book to really understand what's happening in the minds of people. And we're seeing so much of we're seeing so much of even in the democratic societies, more and more tribal-like behavior.
Yes.
And in tribal behavior, blame, shame, and guilt are used to control people.
Yes.
Right. And, we're seeing more and more of that in all of our democratic societies. And it blows away the importance of this community that you're talking, that we're talking about. I mean, it blows it away because blame, shame, and guilt is used. However, community is also a big part of a tribal society too, because without community, you can't survive in a tribal society.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So it's a great book to dig into, what's happening within the human psyche and really just our way of being, with that community aspect and how people in the two operate and what's happening from, worldwide with, the economy and, politics and all of the things, human rights and all of that. It's driving people more and more and more into their tribes, and we get to choose our tribe.
Yep.
But so many people just allow themselves to be pulled in or pushed into a tribe or a community based on just emotion of fear and anger.
Yep. I told my daughter countless times, it's like, if you're angry or if you're afraid of something, it's not that you can't make a decision in that frame of mind. It's that you will make a decision based on safety in that frame of mind.
Yep.
So the idea is, in that moment, asking yourself, how can I make myself feel safe? So that from that space, I can make a decision.
Yeah.
And then she was similar kind of to the way that you moved and you went to that school where everybody knew everybody. They grew up together. We lived in the city, in an area of the city where it was a lot of immigrants. And so she got to see cultures from all over the world, and it was wonderful. But at the same time, there was so many students coming in and out all the time that she didn't get to know some of them very well. And then we moved to a town instead of the city, and she went to one of those schools where everybody grew up together. And she was automatically isolated.
Yeah.
But thankfully, we've had the conversations over the years of, you need to think that you're badass as you are, not how other people want you to be. So she went, and the first day of school, she's like, I'm a gamer, and I like anime, and I like cosplay, and I love Halcon, and I love Fortnite. And then all of a sudden, 5 guys wanted to be her friends because they were like, yeah, Fortnite. And now she's dating one of them. So it was cute, but it was fun to see the resistance of the girls. Fun now, not fun then.
Yeah, it's not fun in the moment.
Not fun in the moment. But it was fun to see the resistance of the girls, and the guys, as soon as she said games, like jump right in, because they just wanted more people to play games with.
Yeah.
So the mentality was fun. But now that people have gotten to know her, because she was one of those ones that wanted to be a part of the community, more people are like, oh, you're not so bad. You're not what I thought that you were. You can be one of us now too.
Yeah. And I took, guys are so much more, because of the way that guys operate or have traditionally operated, they can go at each other and still go grab a beer or whatever afterwards and be all cool about it. For the most part. I mean, not all of them can, but they battle it out on the football field or on the whatever. And then afterwards, they all are hanging out together. And so it's easier to slide into that environment than it is as a girl sliding in with all of the other girls. Cause it was the same thing for me. I grew up always being one of the guys. Cause guys are like, okay, well, it's just somebody else to talk to.
Exactly. The same way. Yeah.
So I had to learn to be able to relate to other women. And there's still a lot of stuff I'm like, I don't get it. Not that I don't make the attempt.
Mm.
You know, but I was wired because of the way that I grew up a certain way, you know?
Yep.
And
Oh, I know.
huh?
I was like, I know. I'm thinking, I was like, what's this obsession with wine and nails and makeup? I was like, why can't we just go play in the dirt?
Thank you.
Video
Climb
games,
trees.
climb trees, go for a walk, whatever. Sing
Mhm.
some songs. Yeah.
Yeah,
But then
my
the
nails
next
are
time,
all natural.
I know. I was like, wait, yeah, there's dirt under my nails. I've been outside. Fine. I did wash them, but to try to scrub all the dirt out every single time, I tried. Okay,
That's
that's about as much
hilarious.
as I get.
I don't think I have any dirt under there. That doesn't mean there won't be any by the end of the day, though.
Yeah. Well, last week I had to dig out my foundation again.
Oh, yeah.
I had a leak in my basement, so I'm out there in 35 to 39-degree weather Celsius,
Mhm.
sunny days, hence like sunburn and stuff.
Mhm.
And I'm digging up my foundation, trying to get to the pipes, seal up the pipes, do all of that. Ripped up flooring downstairs. This
Mhm.
weekend we have to put the flooring back, and then we have to dig up the walkways so that we can put gravel instead of it just being dirt to help like
Mhm.
guide water that way. Yeah. So there's always dirt there. It's fine. Angela, this has been fun. I like how we just kind of go everywhere. But it's about sharing. It's about that vulnerability. It's
Yeah.
about seeing where other people are and where we are and finding where that gap is
Mhm.
and asking ourselves first to see, what can we do in this moment to at least try to start bridging that gap.
Mhm.
Usually once we start working, other people want to work too, if they want to connect with us.
Or it pushes them away.
Or it pushes them away. But that's the
And
thing.
that's
If they're
okay.
over you, then it's like, look, I'm playful and I'm silly. And sometimes I wear my Mario hat and I got my Yoshi cup. And if that offends you, that's fine. You have another tribe. Go have fun with them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. So we have our next guest in the background. Lana, I'm going to bring you up. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. You ready? Okay. We were just chatting. Our first guest, we're just assuming that internet outage crap that's going on right now, we just assumed that they were part of that. Or life happens too. So we just had a chat with each other. We were talking about some of the things that came up over the week. You might have to unmute though. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was still muted.
No worries. But I do like to start off every interview the same, and then we can go wherever you want to go, and we'll play there.
Sure.
So, Lana, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Oh, wow. Nothing like hitting me with it.
You should know me by now.
Yeah. Integrity. Open-hearted.
Ooh.
And capable.
Oh. There we go. For some reason, I wanted to write capybara. And I was like, no. We're not playing Fortnite right now.
What was that word?
Capybara. So one of the last Fortnite games I was playing, I had to go find the capybaras on all the different islands. So I wanted to write that down instead of capybara.
Oh. I'm not into gaming. I have no idea what that is.
That's okay.
A capybara is an animal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're these cute little kind of like miniature furry hippopotamuses. It's kind of what they look like super miniature.
A guinea pig, a hippo, and something else had a baby. Big fuzzy, yeah. Anyway, so integrity, open-hearted, and capable. I love those words. Why those words? Why not the stereotypical, like compassionate, authentic, kind, creative?
I never saw myself as stereotypical. I never fit in the box. I wrote a clean romance novel back in the day, and I couldn't get it published because there were no clean ones at that time. And finally, I did sell it to a Christian romance line, a book club, and that's how I got my start. So I was ahead of the game every step of the way. That has been my whole life. I just don't think like you know, most people do. So, yeah. Um, the open heartedness, I want everyone to feel that. I feel like my purpose, my overarching purpose in life is to shine light. And all of those things are about shining light, except the capable is helping other people shine.
Of course. So then how do the words integrity, open-hearted, and capable, how do they speak to your core message? And of course, what is your core message?
My core message is that each of us are sovereign spiritual beings, and we know things. We just block ourselves from admitting that we know them, or from accepting that we know them, and we pass them off. We brush them off like a fly. Get away. I'm busy right now. When the main thing is trying to come in, and this is from someone who second guessed myself all my life until I came to a crisis point when my daughter was very ill, to realize that other people didn't have any answers. I need to know answers. And she and I together as a team, we got her answers. And that shifted my thinking into knowing that in my alignment and integrity, I can open my heart, receive the messages, and then I'm fully capable of knowing what those messages are and acting on them. And that has come into my business. It's come into every area of my life and my writing. So we are capable, sovereign beings. We know things, and we just need to act on those and stop listening to the chatter. Stop it. I don't care if it's a guru, a coach, best friend, your mom.
Yeah. We all
Yeah.
have one of those people in our lives.
Yes, we know. We know what we need to do. We just won't listen or trust it. Trust it. We're too scared to really trust it and move on it.
Sovereign is one of those words where I've heard it, but I don't really know what it is. Can you explain just a little about what sovereign means to you?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that question. This has just been coming to me this week. So this is such a guided conversation. Sovereign means self-contained.
Okay.
I don't need anything or anyone. I'm directly tapped in to divine guidance. I'm tapped into my divine power, empowerment. So losing the victim, servant, subservient, serving mentality. You stand in your own knowingness, in your own empowerment, calmly, quietly, with love and an open heart. Yes, that's where magic happens. It's like a Venn diagram where all these circles intersect, and you're there in the middle. And what a wonderful place to be. I was so riddled with anxiety and fear. I am a hypnosis practitioner. And once I got done with my 40-hour full week training, I came back home and I was like rocked at the shift in myself. They had us practicing on each other from the first hour. So I was getting hypnotized like 63 times, I counted on my list. I ended up having to go in, and make a list of things. What do you want to work on now? What do you want to work on now? Because we were constantly going back and forth with each other. Take the lesson, work, do work with it. And so I made a list of everything I'm afraid of. This was back in 2017, 2018. So it's been a while. And I started listing them all, and I realized that my entire life was hemmed in and walled in by all of these fears. So many fears. I was afraid of dogs. I'm afraid of driving. I'm afraid of flying. I'm afraid of the water. I'm afraid of the ocean. I'm afraid of the weather. I mean, you name it. I'm scared. I grew up in a home that was unsafe. I was afraid of my own shadow, and my parents ruled us with fear. Oh, if you do that, such and such will happen, and I just kept piling on the fear. And now, I have peace and quietness inside, and I'm trusting my guidance. You can get there. I'm not speaking, I just want everyone to know I'm not speaking about this from somebody who's sitting up on some plateau in a holy shrine that never had any problems, Yeah, sovereignty means I'm self-contained. I manifest what I need, what I want, and my service is in my own calmness and empowerment and open-hearted love to accept others and shine light. Because I think the biggest gift we give to the world is not our coaching, it's not our words, it's our light. It changes everything in your whole neighborhood. Your light will change everything. Yeah.
I went to a meditation group where lots of different people from different religions and different belief systems, we just all came in the same room. And so we got to experience a little bit of everything from the people that showed up. And one of them was, we did this practice where one other person, so I'm going to pretend that you're the other person, and we stand there and we look each other in the eyes. I'm not entirely sure where my camera is. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we look each other in the eyes and we put our hand on the other person's chest right about here with permission. And you just look them in the eyes and you say, the light in me sees the light within you. I love you. I love you. I love you. And doing that was so vulnerable. Mm-hmm. All of us started crying. All the guys, all the girls, just all of us just started bawling our eyes out. Because to have somebody first look in your eyes so intimately like that, and then to touch you, and some people like a very intimate place, safe place. And then to say, that I have this light, first off, and that this light sees the light within you. For me, it was like, wait, somebody can see me that deeply? Mm-hmm. I know that I see others that deeply, but for people to reflect it back at me is so rare that I couldn't help but just bawl.
Yeah.
And so I love that idea of the light being so powerful.
Yes, absolutely.
I have to like adjust and everything.
I love doing those kinds of exercises. It's like, have you ever done when you hug someone, so many people hug to, the right shoulder to the right shoulder.
It depends on how the person is sitting and where I'm at. Yeah.
When you hug left to left, you're hugging heart to heart.
Ah.
And there's an exercise where you take deep breaths together while you're in that place.
Yeah.
And it'll do the same thing. It'll just bring up like all these emotions because you're just energetically sharing from a different place. And you're aligning your breath, and you're aligning that's why equine therapy works really well. With a horse, if you get within a horse's sphere, their heart starts beating with your heart.
Aww.
Yeah.
Rhonda, have you done any other practices like this?
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a mower. Can you hear it? Can you hear the mower?
Yes, but just subtle.
Okay. Of course, he has to be right outside my window right now.
Of course. Yeah.
So, yes, yes. We had to. I went to it was a workshop. It was a 3-day workshop in Melbourne, Florida, with the Way Through Workshop, which is a place for people to get breakthroughs if you've been stuck, specifically for breakthroughs. So it was intense. Oh my gosh, it was intense. And an exercise at the end where um, everybody got in a loop. So it was a circle, but it was smashed. It wasn't round.
Yeah.
And there were 2 circles. The men were on the outside and the women were on the inside. And you had to go and stare into the person's eyes, and they had a timer, and it was like 90 seconds.
Uh-huh.
And then you went to the next one, and then you went to the next one. And there was 45 people participating. It took us over an hour to go through that, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I was astounded at what I learned about the people in the room. Some of them, one of the men, because I am men averse. I have 7 children. I was married for 30 years. So, I'm not gay, but I really have suspicions about the integrity of men and how trustworthy they are and all that. I really apologize for this noise.
Yeah, we can hear a little, yeah.
So that was the first man I came to. And in my heart, I knew this is a good man. This is a man who is honest and doesn't have any kind of a self-serving agenda going on. He is a really good person. And I mean, that just made such an impact on me. There were good men in the room. And usually I would put up a wall. If I saw a man, I'd put up a wall, because I don't know what you're up to.
Man versus bear.
Yeah. I have no problem being hit on. It's that I don't like being hit on. So, yeah. And then there was another man who was actually one of the leaders of the group. When I got to him, I went, ugh. I will never, ever be in a room where he is the main person. I will never. If I find out he's the facilitator, I'm not going. I don't know. I have no idea why. I'm not making any accusations or anything, but there was just some element there that was disturbing. It was disturbing.
Yep.
So, yeah, I didn't even... The most respected woman in the room, as far as being like, oh, thank God he went away. The most respected woman in the room, when I got to her, I found out she was extremely closed. She was very good at emoting, and helping others, but she didn't want anyone to see her. So, yeah, look into someone's eyes like that is pretty intense. And with a room full of people, I mean, I don't know if I'd do it again, to be honest. It was a lot. Yeah.
I would do something like that as what started off as a party trick, and now it's actually one of my services. So I used to, at parties, tell people, I would just walk up to a random person and start talking to them. And then they would ask me, why did I choose them out of a room full of people? Mm-hmm. And I would say, it's because I read your eyes from over there and I liked what I was looking at. So I wanted to come have a conversation with that person that I saw. And they were like, wait. You read my eyes? So then I kind of got into it and leaned into it. And I got to the point where I was telling people the easiest way is, okay, I'm just going to tell you your Myers-Briggs type personality, because that's what a lot of people use as language. So then I would tell people introvert, extrovert, sensor, intuitive, thinker, feeler, that kind of stuff. And as soon as I got past the first part, many people are like, how do you know? I was like, I don't know. I'm just looking in your eyes and I see it. So then I had one gentleman literally send me this. I've never met him. We were at like a networking event or something, and I had mentioned it. So he's like, I'm just going to send you this. And he sends me this. And I send him back a wall of text. He was like, how do you know what happened when I was 7? I was like, I don't know. But what I do know is here's the emotion that I see within you, or the shift at about that age. And I'm guessing as to what happened because it tends to be a pattern. It's like, huh. But then I get what you mean by looking into someone's eyes and seeing so much about a person. In university, I did that with one person, and all I saw was darkness. And I'm guessing that's kind of what you saw with that gentleman. It was just a lot of darkness, a lot of walls, since we've been talking about walls.
Yes.
They are never nice people. Ever. They're the narcissists. There's the ones that put on the show, but there's so much behind the scenes that they have either intentionally built that wall or unintentionally built that wall to protect you and them from seeing all of the crap. Don't engage. Don't engage.
Yeah. I gave a blue talk at Harvard, and and it the title of it was "Never Date a Narcissist Again." So I was married to one for 30 years, and I talked about that experience and how I was attracting more and more narcissists as I got free. I thought, if I divorce this guy, I'm done with narcissists. I'll know better next time. But what I found out is I love them. If I meet someone and I'm immediately attracted, like romantically, I've got to take a step back, because I don't know. I don't know why exactly, but I am an open target for that personality. I'm drawn to them. But in a non-romantic setting now, that's a different energy. So you're absolutely right. And that repulsion that I, like kickback that I got was probably definitely something like that. Yeah, don't go there. Don't engage. In that speech, I said the only way to win with a narcissist, and I've seen YouTube videos about how to win an argument with a narcissist. But I tell you, I was married to one for 30 years, and both my parents were narcissists. So I've dealt with them all my life. The only way to win that game is to not play.
Yep.
Do not get near them. Don't engage with them. They are smart and ruthless.
Yeah. Slightly off topic, but still on topic. I was watching a new show on Netflix called Exploding Kittens. It's based off of a card game. And there's this one scene where one of the main character's kids, a Karen, the Karen, comes over to her house, and she had all the right responses at exactly the right times. And everybody around is like, how are you dealing with this, Karen? She's like, you have to disengage. You have to get them to feel safe in the moment, which means play along to a point and just say that you agree. And then there's no conflict. There's nothing for them to combat.
Right.
And so this Karen was like, oh, like eventually settled.
Yeah, there's a certain type of person who gets energy from conflict, and so they're looking for it at every point. Yeah,
I had one of those friends. Earlier. Come on, Laura. Earlier you mentioned you mentioned second guessing yourself, and that is huge in entrepreneurship. Huge. Can you guide us a little bit through what that looked like for you? And
second guessing. Yeah, second guessing was major in my life. I mean, I would draw cards And then the next day I draw more cards. I mean, I was always checking myself. And even when I was doing muscle testing, because muscle testing is how I started to get my own truth, because I would check in with my body. And so the first way I learned to muscle test was hold your arm out, and if you can push it down, or somebody else can push it down. And then I didn't trust that. And then you take your fingers and you lock them.
Yes.
Not true. They won't hold. You'll pull apart. There's another one where people will press their fingers together. If it's true, it'll hold. If it's false, it'll slip. None of those did I trust. I always thought I'm doing it. I'm making it up, until I found sway testing. Sway testing is where you stand on your feet with your knees loose. Your knees are moving, and then you make a statement. And if it's true, you go forward on your toes. And if it's false, you go back on your heels. Well, I knew I couldn't fool myself on that one. So if I went forward, my whole body was responding. I wasn't doing it, like leaning myself. I finally did learn to trust my own knowingness. It was a process. This took a few years. And in 2016, I made I did something that I knew I shouldn't have done. Those moments when you're like, I mean, to make a decision, and something back here is going, don't do it. And you go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never done that.
Yeah, one of them. And so I that happened, and I went, and I knew I shouldn't have done. Once I got into it, I knew I shouldn't have done. And so I told my daughter was living, and she was very sick during those days. I said, I'm going to spend this entire year, because it happened in January. I'm going to spend this entire year listening, just listening, and tuning in when I have a choice. Should I go right or left at this light? Yeah, that much. Do I want eggs for breakfast or cereal? Everything.
I usually want whatever's not in the house.
Yes. And I actually started to learn to trust my own judgment. But I had to get to where I could hear it, because I wasn't hearing it. And during the not hearing time, of course, I'm ungrounded. I'm not tapped in. I'm not getting messages, because I'm not, all this static about fear. If I do this, something bad will happen. If I do that, something bad will happen. All this anxiety, and my relationships were not healthy, because I'm in a state like that. And people were just bumping me around like bumper cars, knock her over there, she'll do this, knock her over there, she'll do that. And a lot of bullies in my life, including clients and you name it. Landlords. I had bullied landlords. Good night.
Yep.
So I learned one step at a time, but I had to find a way that I could hear. And the sway testing was really what allowed me to hear my own intuition, my own knowingness. So then after that, if I swayed, I would not second guess. No more card pulling. It didn't mean I wasn't using cards anymore. I did sometimes, very seldom do anymore. But no more card pulling every day for a month. Trying to get an answer, calling up my friends who are psychics and asking them. And oh my gosh, I went through so much inner turmoil, because I wouldn't even trust the answer of somebody that I knew was trustworthy.
Aw.
Yeah.
I did something similar. I didn't ever pull cards every day. I do like cards for their visual content, because then I get whatever meaning that I want out of it versus the words. And I do a monthly card pull. And I'm just going to shift my computer. Wait, this way. And I keep key ones up there just so that I have a theme. And I think of it more as awareness. Like, what can I be thinking about this month so that maybe I can grow in that area, versus this is the exact answer that I need in this moment for this question that I have. And I feel a lot better that way than the other way. But I know it's a personal thing. Yeah.
Yes. It's a process. It's a process. And we didn't get here in a day, and we haven't been practicing this, for just a short time. It's been years. And we're actually refiring our brain in new ways and learning new habits. And I was listening to RJ Spina recently. RJ Spina is one of my new heroes. I love him. I love his work. And he said it's a 14-day challenge, I think, where he says every time you have a thought that is not in alignment, one of these nagging thoughts, you get a journal and you write that thought down immediately.
Oh.
And then you can identify where your mind chatter is coming from. And you can clear that stuff. That is the mind just running on its programming, And I did that, and wow, that was a great exercise. It took a while. I had to put I put a notebook on the end of the counter in my kitchen on the very end. So no matter where I was in the house, I could run to the middle of the house and write the thought. It was difficult because we're brushing our teeth and we have thoughts, and we're doing all these repetitive tasks, and then we have these thoughts, and identifying them, it takes some focus to do it. And the day that I started hearing tunes, I started hearing songs in my head, not having thoughts, was a really good day for me. Yeah. That's how I knew that I was shifting out of it. Now I still have some once in a while, but then that's when I really knew that I was starting to shift out of that, mind chatter, monkey mind thing that was going on. Yeah. So one process at a time, one tidbit at a time. And so grateful that the angels are on YouTube. It seems like whenever I'm, scrolling through my YouTube feed, something will come up that I actually could benefit from. Yeah, if I pay attention.
Lana, what are the tunes that come up for you now instead of the chatter? What are the tunes that you're hearing?
Oh, there's a morning meditation song that is by someone in the Caribbean, and I lived in the Caribbean for 14 years, so Caribbean music has an appeal to me.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to look it up. I don't know what the name of it is, but the song is very simple. He's right outside the window. It says, everything I've been wanting, I'm manifesting in my life. And he says that again and again. Everything I've been wanting, I'm manifesting in my life. Before I call, I have the answer. And it's just a little ditty. It's only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's one that comes up because I put that on YouTube Music and click the thing that loops it. And then it plays for, I don't know, 10 minutes in the morning when I'm, getting up, getting a hot drink or whatever. That's playing. Everything I've been wanting, I'm manifesting in my life. Everything I've been wanting, manifesting in my life. And it's awesome. And then once in a while, other things will, just random stuff. I mean, it's mostly, well, I have another feed in my YouTube Music, which is 432 hertz songs.
Ooh, yes.
So if I went in and I did a search, 432 hertz, and then actual music came up, songs with words. Mm-hmm. And so I made a playlist with those songs because they are in the right vibration. Not all of them did I resonate with. Some of the styles of music I didn't like that much. But now I have a playlist of those songs, and that's what I put on when I want to, sometimes just cleaning or whatever, I want music. I put that on because in my perspective, the type of music you listen to, the hertz that it's putting out is going to affect you. Mm-hmm. And so there's some Michael Jackson music on there, Jason Mraz music, but it has to say 432 in the description or the title. to know that it actually is, that.
I've been wanting to write some music specifically for those different states or for different states of emotion.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was like, this is really complicated and I still have to build a website. So like that's on the side burner right now. But actually next week I'm starting a vocal challenge with one of the like Instagram vocal coaches, which I'm excited about, but scared. But excited, but scared. But excited.
Doing it anyway.
I am doing it anyway.
Okay, I got the title of that song. It's called This Year. This Year, Y-E-A-R, This Year, by Victor Thompson. Thompson is Thompson. Victor Thompson, This Year. And it's two Caribbean guys. Their picture is on the front, on the cover of that song.
Yeah.
And they look like they're laughing and they're just having fun.
Oh, yeah, they're having a blast.
Yeah.
I'm going to click it. It might start playing, but then I'll pause. There we go. Now I'm going to listen to it later. Okay. I was asking Angela last night because I'm like, it's been so hot here. Yeah. And I try to go for a walk in the evening because it's the only way I can slightly cool down. But then I'm also having breathing issues. So every time I start to walk or I start to sing, like I have to stop, catch my breath, and then keep going. So I was asking, I was like, what is one of your favorite songs right now? So that I can listen to the lyrics, maybe sing it, whatever. And I love that you just added another one to my playlist.
Awesome.
So, thank you.
Laura, you just reminded me of, we're talking about thoughts and how they drive what's happening in our bodies and in our minds and everything. And back when the world shut down and, all of the riots and marches and all of that kind of stuff were happening all over the place. And people were marching and saying, I can't breathe. I was like, there's this thing going on in the world that supposedly takes your breath away. And you are continually repeating over and over and over again, I can't breathe. You are welcoming that into your life over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. And you just think about the things how powerful our minds are and what they can bring about. And I just remember thinking, stop chanting that. Stop chanting that.
Yeah.
I was at a Tony Robbins event in Fiji years ago, and they gave us this little song to sing anytime we weren't feeling well, like physically not feeling well. And the words were, every little cell in my body is healthy. Every little cell in my body is well. Every little cell in my body is healthy. Every little cell in my body is well. And you just, it's to this cute, fun, uplifting tune. And it was amazing. I still use it. Like if I'm not feeling well, I'll go for a walk and I'll start singing this song and I feel better.
Yep. Aww.
It's amazing how, what Lana's talking about with, the music helping. And when you were just talking about your breath, it reminded me of that very thing. We were talking about breathing together and our breath and our energy and our thoughts are so powerful. They're so powerful.
That's exactly why I'm still doing the challenge. That's why I'm still walking and singing. That's why I'm still doing this. It's like, I love this. I will never stop doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll sing some Adele before I go live. Love it. So Lana, you also mentioned a little bit about, was it your sister or your daughter?
Daughter.
Okay.
That was my daughter. Yeah. We started on the spiritual journey, I should say. And I'm thinking because my ex-husband is a very conservative pastor of a church. And so we were in the spiritual world, but it wasn't spiritual. It was, different kind of spiritual world all that time. And that was one of the things that made me so scared. I was afraid of everything that had to do with metaphysics or, the unseen things in the world. It's so funny that people who say they believe in supernatural spiritual things are so scared of the supernatural. But we were getting no help. And so my daughter was undiagnosed with Lyme's disease for 5 years.
Ooh.
But she had many Lyme's tests during that time as we did the doctor thing. But when she finally did get a diagnosis, that doctor said, he was a Lyme specialist. He said there are 14 kinds of Lyme's disease. They only test for 2.
Oh.
She had one of the other ones. And so we started going to alternatives. We did the emotion code and we did tapping. We weren't living together at that point. She was still viable enough that she could be on her own, but she started going to Reiki. She started doing Reiki, not receiving and learning it. She learned everything, all these different modalities. She learned more than I did in some areas. But she called me up and she said, "Mom, you can do this Reiki stuff." I'm like, "What?" What is it? Again, what is it? And so she drugged me for testing to a Reiki share. And when we were standing around the table, I never had a Reiki class in my life. I felt like an imposter because these other people had, level 1, 2, 3 Reiki masters, and I'm standing there. And this guy was on the table. Another, is one of us, one of our group. And I saw him standing behind the door as a 6-year-old boy in the dark. And I said, "I see you standing behind the door and you're 6 years old." He said, "Oh yeah, my mother died when I was 6 and I would hide behind the door because I didn't want anybody to see me cry." And I was blown away. I'm mind blown that I saw that so clearly. He verified it. And that was a big step forward for me, trusting my intuition again, trusting that the images I'm getting were real. So it was one step at a time. And then I went for hypnosis training to be able to help my daughter with her pain. And I went out and was completely changed. I came in from that trip, put down my luggage, never opened my mouth. My daughter said, "You're different." I went, "I know I'm different. How did you know?"
Yep.
That was in 2017. That's 4 years ago. So yeah, one step at a time. And then I was living in Delaware, during the lockdowns, everything. I was in Delaware. And I got a hit that my daughter and I are supposed to move to Arizona, to Sedona.
Ooh.
Out of the blue. "You're supposed to move to Arizona." Like, oh no. I am from I lived in the tropics for 14 years. I'm a tropics gal. I'm not a desert gal. I never wanted to go to Arizona. I never even wanted to visit Arizona. And so I had this conversation, "Are you sure this is right?" I came downstairs. I said to my daughter, "I think we're supposed to move to Arizona." She goes, thinking, "Yes, Mom, we were supposed to move to Arizona." What? No. 3 months later, we were living in Arizona. We were living in Arizona. We lived there for a full year, about an hour from Sedona, went into the vortexes and all those places monthly, spent time, and I came back transformed. I'm in Florida. I'm living in Florida now, but that was another download, right? So as you go through the process, you can hear the messages. And when you get it and you got it in your center, it's right, and you're going to act on it, and it's going to be fine. It's going to be great. So one step at a time, and that's how I'm working on the Divine Downloads project right now. I got that download, and that's it. I tried to get away from it. I couldn't get away from it. I'm waking up in the morning, divine downloads, divine downloads. Okay, I'm going to go with it. So, yeah, that's it becomes a lifestyle then. It becomes a whole way of being. Yeah. But man, is it awesome, because you lose all the fear and anxiety around it, and the what ifs, What if nobody wants to do it? What if it's doesn't fly? All that stuff's gone, because this is something that's stuck. And I know that knowing is a different thing than hoping it works out.
It's funny you said "What If," because that's the name of the song that Angela sent me last night. Yeah. But Lana, I want to make sure that we know where to find you before we run out of time. So where can we find you, and what is your favorite way to communicate?
LanaMcCara.com. That's my website. The Divine Downloads Project is on that front page. You'll find out more about me there. There's all kinds of things at the top. My podcast and everything is over there. Just go to LanaMcCara.com. And if it won't load, go to my Facebook page and click the link over there, because my website is being very persnickety. I spent money on people to try and fix it. Doesn't want to load sometimes. Certain people, other people, it opens right up. So LanaMcCara.com or go to Facebook. My name on Facebook is Lana.McCara number 2. Lana.McCara number 2. I just click the link from over there. I prefer either Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger. Those are my two best ways to contact me. I'm there multiple times a day, and you're going to get an answer from me right away if you go to Facebook or Instagram.
Awesome.
Thank you, Laura.
You're welcome. And then I like to hold space at the end, just in case there's something in your head or on your heart that you need to share. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
You hear people say it all the time. There's more in you than you realize. And I'm going to say that again, but with the grounding of knowing that you are a self-contained, wise, actually all-knowing being. If you'll only slow down enough to hear what you know, slow down and listen, and you will have the answers that you are looking for. Thank you so much.
Getting the message from the universe. Slow down, Laura. Yes. Yes.
Slow down.
I'm taking a week to sleep after this. No.
Yes.
I appreciate this time with you today, Lana. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Lana.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you.
Yes, great to meet you.
Bye. Perfect timing. We have our next guest in the background. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come up. Awesome. I like to ask because sometimes people aren't ready. I think it was 2 days ago. I was just about to bring somebody up to stage, and then they got a phone call. So I was like, that's okay. That's okay. We can fill gaps.
That's life. That's how it is.
Exactly. So welcome, Amy. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here.
So I like to start off every interview with a research question that I have, but it's also intentional because I don't want your elevator pitches and your pre-programmed responses. It's a playful way just to shake it up. And at the same time, we're going to see how it all blends in before you ever tell us what your message is or your business is.
Sounds fun.
I know, it's just fun. It's just fun. So, Amy, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
I have asked this question before, so I know the answer. And the words that they give me are beautiful. They say inspiring, strong, and what's the other one? I'm trying to think a word that I would that they have given me that I would prefer. I like being inspirational and strong, and just, motivating people, which is the same as inspirational. So I don't know.
Not quite the same. It is different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So
Helping people know that
inspiring.
there's more there than they understand. Yeah.
Exactly. So inspiring, strong, and motivating. Why those words?
That has become my purpose in life. I, even as a little girl, was a helper. I did what I could in the church nursery, to help in any way that I could. And I have always been in that kind of role. That's just part of my heart. And then I grew up to be an educator and a social worker. And so I have always had a heart for just helping people. And if I can help and inspire them at the same time, hey, that's a great mix.
The perfect mix. It's like, I don't want to do the work for you. This isn't about me having extra
Exactly.
work on my plate. Awesome. So,
Exactly.
Amy, what is your core message? But then on top of that, how do these words of inspiring, strong, and motivating, how do they play a role in that core message?
My core message is that you are stronger than you think, that there's more there. You are powerful, that there's a power within you that is waiting for you to tap into it, to live the life of your dreams. That's my message. That's what I have been able to do through my story. And it weaves in inspiring, strong, and motivating perfectly, because it helps people understand that it does take some hard work. It's a simple process, but it's not easy. It's not easy. And I try to make that clear up front, that it's going to take some work. It's going to take some digging deep and finding out some things that you have, that allowing them to surface, that you've shoved down, never to surface again. But they have to be allowed to surface to be able to go where you want to go in life. So, yeah.
Perfect segue, Amy. Are you willing to go deep with us? Both Angela and I talk about vulnerability. So,
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. So there's a story behind your core message. Can you take us to some of that depth behind your story?
Absolutely. Do you want me to share the story?
Yes, please. We want to know why you have
Okay.
this message.
Okay, absolutely. In 2014, 10 years ago, I passed out and landed on my face on the hardwood floor. The impact from that sheared my brainstem, caused a traumatic brain injury, and it broke my neck, but that went undetected for 6 months. So I was literally laying flat in bed for 23 hours a day for almost a year. I went from working at a major university to not being able to take myself to the restroom within a matter of hours. And I had to wear a cover over my eyes, earplugs in my ears. I could not speak above a whisper. And I literally couldn't lift my head off the pillow without intense pain. So I completely missed that year of my kids' lives. My daughter was a senior, my son was a freshman, and my youngest son was 4 years old. And I missed that entire year of their lives. And so, as you can imagine, I went into this deep, deep, dark place that I would never, ever wish on anyone. I was an educator and social worker. I was one of the people who would get the call if there was suicidal ideation. I was the person who made sure that person wasn't left alone and that they got the help that they need. But I was on the other side of that now. I wanted to put myself and my family out of this torture, because that's what it felt like. I was going to all these doctors. Nobody could figure out what was wrong with me. So I was like, I can't live this way. I can't continue to put my family through this. And I knew that I had enough pain medication to make it happen. So I had a plan. That's what I was going to do, put everyone out of their misery and allow them to get on with their lives. It's emotional. Please understand if I get emotional. And so that was my plan. And the next morning, I awoke with a moment of clarity, is the only way I know to explain it. When you're in that deep, dark place, your thinking is very foggy. It's thick. You can't get through. It's like there's a wall there. And when I woke up the next morning, it was like the fog lifted, and I had this moment of clarity that said to me, what if you don't have to die? What if you can make a different choice? What if you can take the same energy you're using trying so hard to die and turn it around and use it to fight to live? Maybe you can get better. And if you can get better, maybe you can use your experience to help someone else. as a former educator and social worker, that intrigued me. I wanted to be there for my kids. I didn't want to leave my family, but I didn't know what else to do. But it was this suggestion that maybe I could use what I'm going through to help someone else that really encouraged me to flip it around and fight to live with the intention of using my story to help other people. And so I had my husband load up podcasts, audiobooks, anything I could listen to. I listened to Dr. Wayne Dyer, Tony Robbins, Rumi, and all of these luminaries. And this is when I came across the wisdom of Rumi and the poem after which my business is named, that goes like this: Ye who seek God apart, that which you seek thou art. If you wish to seek the beloved's face, polish the mirror and gaze into that space. And so that taught me that every answer I seek can be found within. I was looking outside of myself for all the things when everything I needed could be found within me. So I learned how to polish the mirror of my life, find my hero within, which is what my book is named, and turned my incapacitation into empowerment. And that's what I get to do now: help other people learn to polish the mirror of their lives and live an empowered life.
I love that you brought up Rumi. I was just talking about him yesterday, and one of his poems called The Guest House.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Oh, I know you're familiar, huh?
Yes.
For those who are unfamiliar, it's a poem about how emotions are like guests in the house that is you, to welcome them in, to have them, to treat them and to entertain them until they are ready to leave. But if you shove them out the door, they're just going to want to stay even more and be not so fun during the process.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
So I love that there's all these synchronicities at the same time. Was it a podcast that you had heard the poem? Like, how did you hear of Rumi?
It was Dr. Wayne Dyer referred to Rumi and one of the things he was talking about. And I thought, oh, that's intriguing. I like the way he thinks. And so then I just did a little bit of research on my own, just searched up, Rumi, and started reading all of the things about Rumi. And I did come across that one, The Guest House. I even went on to create an emotion frequency chart, which I use with my clients. It's 100 different emotions I put into 10 different stages based on their vibrational frequencies. And I teach them how to go from, there you go, right?
Yep. I keep mine with me because I use it with my clients too.
Yes, it's so powerful. And research shows, there's research that shows emotions are part of our communication system. They're not the enemy. But when they appear, it takes 90 seconds. 90 seconds for us to receive the message the emotion is giving us, and then it will dissipate. Like you said, unless we hold on to it, unless we really grab onto it, then it becomes a hurdle to overcome. But if we allow it to come in and serve its purpose, it dissipates in 90 seconds. And it just, most people don't know that. And it's just mind blowing. So cool.
Actually, I can't remember if it was a psychologist or someone who is in the realm of psychology and talking about emotions. They had an evening session at my daughter's school when she was grade 3, I want to say, like 7 or 8 years old. And this gentleman is talking about emotions, and you have to wait for the wave to pass and that kind of thing. And then my daughter pipes up, yeah, for 90 seconds. And he's like, what? So he comes over, he's like, what's this about 90 seconds? And she's like, well, emotions only last 90 seconds in your body. And beyond that, you're choosing to have them. And he looks at her because she's like 7 or 8. And he's like, where did you learn that? And she just looks at me and she goes, my mother.
Good job, Mama. Yes.
I was like, yes.
I love it. I love it.
Train them young. Yes.
I mean, they don't always listen, but that time she did. And that made me so proud.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, I love that.
But how many adults don't know that? And they think that this emotion is just going to stick with them, cat hair and all, forever. When really, you feel the wave, just like an ocean wave. It's going to end. That momentum has to go somewhere until it thins out. And then it's a choice. Are you going to create that wave again? Or are you going to dive into the wave and have it bury you? Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. So good.
One of the things that one of the examples that I often use is Have you ever ugly cried?
Yes.
Of course.
Oh,
Of course you've
absolutely.
ugly cried.
Absolutely.
I mean, like, who hasn't ugly cried? Seriously, like, who has not ugly cried? Everybody has ugly cried. And then my next question is, did you stop?
Yes.
You stopped. You went through it and you came out the other side and everything was okay. Because when people talk about, I don't want to go into that. I don't want to feel all of that. Okay. The more you push it away, the more it clings. The more you push it away, the more it clings. So yeah, that ugly cry example, then people are like, and I'm like, when you're in the middle of an ugly cry, it doesn't feel like it's going away.
Yes.
I want to show you a picture. This is the first time I was ever on a stage, a professional stage.
Mm-hmm.
I ugly cried. Like the whole, like all of that mascara running down my face. And I thought that my business and my life was over at that point. No. I was done crying. The audience afterwards came up to me and they just wanted to give me hugs and tell me how much that they loved me. Nothing bad happened from that. All good.
Yes. It's so true that, I talk a lot about the difference in self-love and soul love. And that is one of the ways that you connect with your soul, is allowing yourself to feel all of those emotions, ugly cry and all. That's one of the ways you tap into it. And living from your soul takes you on a whole different trajectory than living from yourself. And yes, I love that you ugly cried your first time on stage. That's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I've cried on almost every stage since.
I love that. I love that.
Yes, it has taken a lot for me I usually cry at some point when I'm telling my story, but it has taken a lot. I've told it so many times now that I can kind of rein it in. But yeah, at first I couldn't get through it without sobbing.
And Amy, I love that you just said that. You've told it so many times that now you can kind of get through it without it overwhelming you or overtaking you. One of the things that people so often do is they know that there's that emotional connection with the tears, and then they'll fake them.
Wow.
And some people will be attracted to those tears, but what do they refer to them as? Crocodile tears or whatever. There's one particular person, and I've seen them many, many times, and they've told the story over and over and over. And it's like, it's so scripted. And it's like, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop. You can tell this story and it can still be emotional without going down this path of acting. I mean, that's what it is. It's acting.
Yeah.
But that's also the difference between a speaker who speaks from a place of pain, right? Those tears are a place of pain, versus a speaker, what I call it, speaking from their sparkle. It's a healed place, but there can still be tears, if there are tears, in a healed place, because now the tears are from love and caring about that old version of you that you connect with in that moment, versus the tears of pain of you going back down that emotional scale, right? Into those emotions. The idea is to touch on the emotion, to have it like a hat nod to the emotion, and not for you to completely sink down,
right?
In order to come back up.
Yeah, I call it speaking from the wound versus speaking from the scar.
I hear that one a lot.
Oh, I love that. It reminds me of when I was writing my book. I started and stopped so many times because it was so hard. Like, this is a traumatic thing. There's 10 years worth of stuff here. And I said to someone, I can't do it. Like, I can't finish writing this book. It's too difficult reliving this. And she said to me, why don't you try writing it from the person you are now instead of the person you were then?
Yeah.
And I was just like, whoa, that changed. And that changed the whole thing. And I completely scrapped the whole first version of the book and started over, because it was just a whole new story when you write it from a place of love instead of place of fear. And so I love that you're saying that, because it's so true in my life. Yeah.
Can I tweak it just a little?
So,
what's that?
I want to tweak that just a little. Okay.
Okay.
So imagine just a tad. Imagine the version of you that you are today, speaking to that version of you back then, so that you have both awareness and both energies within your writing, but the focus is on the teaching of it and the loving of it. Because
Yes.
you need to get to that emotional depth of that person living in the moment, but it needs to be supported by the version of you today and the energy of today. Because that's exactly
Yeah.
what's happening when you are using your words to speak to the person reading the book.
I love that,
Yes, I
Laura.
love
Yeah.
I do too.
I had a coach who was working with us on being able to tell our, our deep story, right?
Yeah.
And one of the exercises that he had us go through is, and I'm getting a little bit choked up talking about this, telling the story from the perspective of all of the people in the story.
Yep.
So you have your perspective, right? And Laura, we were talking earlier about, the loss of my mom and, in my childhood and everything, and being able to tell the story from each of those characters, right? Like, put yourself in, like, so for me, I put myself in my mom's place. Like, what was going on for her through all of that? I mean, obviously I wasn't in her head, but that gives you an opportunity to kind of, to step out of your emotions and think more deeply about what they might have been feeling. And with every person, like you could do, Amy, your husband, your children, each child being at a different age, and your 4-year-old. What was your 4-year-old experiencing? What was your senior experiencing? Right. And it just puts a completely new level to all of it.
It's so true. And, I did interview them because I thought that would be an intriguing way, inclusion in the book. They did not want me to put that information in the book. They said that's my story to share,
Yeah.
that's my experience. And when I'm ready to share it, I will. And so I respected that
Mhm.
and allowed that to stay with them. But my husband did allow me to share his version. I talk about the caretaker, the
Mhm.
silent sufferer is the name of my chapter that'll talk about him, and how from a caretaker's perspective, it's completely different. And that if you have a caretaker, you need to, like you said, try to see it from their perspective, because they're suffering. They are suffering. They're just not letting you see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, I like where this went. I love the depth and the vulnerability here. I was asking Angela, I'm like, what kind of theme are we going to have today? And of course, the depth of stories always comes up, but then not everyone wants to go that layer deeper. Because right at the beginning, before we had guests on, we were talking about the story, right? The depth kind of, most people go down and they hover over that last little part, because it takes so much courage to go there and so
Mhm.
much strength to go there, that many people will go and they'll like just touch the surface, and then they'll scoot across, and then they'll come back. And then in the stories, it tends to be like, skip a few years and this is what happened. You're like, wait. Are you saying that those few years didn't matter?
Mhm.
I know that to you, maybe it felt like it was a slow going process, but that's what I need right now is to know those
Yeah.
subtleties within that time that you skipped.
Mhm.
Because for me, those subtleties for you are huge steps for me.
Yeah.
And then I need to learn your subtleties to see my huge steps in order to break down my huge steps, which are personal,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. It's a powerful place to be. And I love that you all love to go there, because I love to go to the depths too, because it's such a powerful place. It's such a healing place. But
Mhm.
like you said, a lot of people aren't willing to go there because it's painful. You
Mhm.
have to see the things that you have shoved down and kept down there for a reason.
Yeah.
But we have to be willing to see them and go there before we can heal and move to live the life that we're intended to live. So I love this conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, my perspective is that people think that when they get to that part, they need to go into the intricate details of what had happened to them. And by speaking about those intricate details, they're going to get all those emotions that they don't want to feel.
Mm-hmm.
When what I like to ask people is, when you get to that point, depending on your comfort level, I want you to switch to the emotions.
Mm-hmm.
That we don't need the finite or all the massive detail in that moment of your abuse, of your accident, of whatever it happened to be. But when you switch to that, the universal language of emotion, now it's not about the abuse. Now it's not about an accident. Now it's about us experiencing something as a human being that connects us. So if I just grab something off of this, and let's say I'm experiencing grief and my life view is that everything is tragic, right? That makes a lot of sense. And so I'm experiencing a lot of anxiety and I'm withdrawing from life. If I'm framing those with my everyday experiences, now all of a sudden you're putting your own story into the shared emotional experience. And we don't both have to have been abused to understand each other. We don't have to have been both in an accident to understand each other.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it, in my eyes, more human, and it helps to bridge those gaps. And so if you want to fully switch to emotion, you can. Other people can add in some more detail, but wherever your level is, you do have to touch on the emotion in those spaces.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to. And then with all the pressure, sorry, one more thing, all that pressure of that hard moment at the very bottom, that's how you create those gems.
Mm-hmm.
They're formed under the pressure. And if you don't dig far enough, you won't find them. Sparkle.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yes. The road that I was on before the accident, I was planning to go get my doctorate and continue to impart knowledge upon people. That's what I was going to do. And yes, I now see what I've been through as a gift. I never would have chosen it for myself, but I am able to help so many more people with what I have been through than I ever would have in a university or as a social worker. And it's, the writing the book was healing. I always encourage everyone to share their story. I believe everyone has a story worth sharing, and being willing to be vulnerable enough to access that part of your being, and to at least put it on paper. You may not have to share it with everybody, but put it on paper is a really great part of healing. But talking about the gym that I have found, like, I literally am living the life of my dreams. Like, who knew that living 10 years with a broken neck would lead me to the life of my dreams? I mean, in September, I'm giving my book away to people from the Emmys. In January, I'm going to be on a New York Times billboard. It's like, it just keeps going and going. And it's because I have opened myself up to this, that I'm using my story to help other people. And I've told the universe, this is my mission. Whatever my body can take, I'm willing to do it. And so it's turned into a really, really beautiful thing. And I keep, a lot of people come to me with their traumas. They want to share their trauma stories. And I'm a big reader of energy. You all are too. And I don't let it stay there. I always say, you can turn that trauma into, it can be something beautiful if you will allow it to. It doesn't have to stay a trauma and tragic. It can be something beautiful. And that, catches a lot of people off guard because they just don't think that way. But when we start to think that way, we see it from a whole new perspective, and it can be a whole new life, as it has for me.
I think I heard this earlier this week, but the trauma into treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ooh.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. One of the things that I often remind clients of, and friends or whomever, right? when they get deep in that, and I can see them getting stuck there. One of the things that I say to them is, you understand that no longer exists, right? The only place that exists is in your mind.
Yes. Yes.
It's not here. It's not here impacting you any longer. You get to turn that off. You get to use that for good.
I love
only
that.
exists in here.
Yes.
I think I need both of you on like a panel discussion for my new podcast. This would be so much fun.
I'm game. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Amy, was there any part of your story or your message even that was difficult for you to share?
At first, when I first started sharing my story, I left out the suicidal ideation part because I had been in that other role. I was helping people with that. And then I discovered that by sharing that part of my story, it's going to help even more people because that's something, especially since COVID, that's something people deal with a lot. And, I love to work with students. I love to work with universities and administrators and community members. And as you said earlier, like I love to help the kids learn these things before they become full blown adults, so that they can be adults who know how to do this, who know how to be resilient.
Mhm.
And I feel like sharing that part of my story now has really been helpful. And the thing that I really like to hit home with in that part of the story is that you always have a choice. You always have a choice. And that it's in that moment, I didn't think I had a choice because it was so deep and dark. I couldn't see any other way out.
Mhm.
But when I take a step back and look at it from a different perspective, there is another choice. And what I always say to people is, if this is a friend of yours who's going through this, who are thinking these thoughts, what would you tell them? Would you tell them to do something different, or would you tell them to go through with it? You would tell them to find a different way. There's always another way. There's always a choice. And I like to bring that home because it's so true. And it's not something we think about, especially when we're in that moment.
As you were talking, I like to play movies in my head in order to understand what things are going on in conversation. So as you were talking, I'm imagining this person probably on a phone, right? They're just kind of walking around, not really paying attention. And it's this idea of just when you think there are no other options, you've probably walked into a corner. Put down the phone, look up, turn around.
Mhm.
Oh, yes. I love that. Oh, I'm going to use that. Thank you, Laura.
Because I'm like, my corner's right there, and you just got that peak, whether it's around a corner or not, right? You just feel stuck, and just like that boy hiding
Yes.
behind the door, right? That's where you want to go because it's small and it's safe.
Yes.
Safe, yeah. But really, there's so much going on in another direction, but yet we're just focused here.
Yeah.
Put the phone down, turn around, aim a different direction.
Ah, I love that. Yes. So good.
And it only happened because you were talking. It's like movies. Oh, I can understand that. Movies. Speaking of movies, have you seen the Inside Out movies?
Oh,
I saw the
yes.
first one. I haven't seen the second one yet.
Me too.
My son, he's 14 now, actually paid for us to go. He knows how much I love those movies. So he paid for me, he and I, to go to see the second one. So we saw it a few weeks ago because I love them. Yeah, I love them so much.
I heard the second one was better than the first one.
Yeah.
It's good. It is good.
A friend of mine had posted on Facebook a picture of Sadness holding Joy's hand. And she was like, that was the moment when Joy said, we're going together, and grabbed Sadness's hand. I haven't watched the second one either, so I don't know personally yet. But she's like, that's the moment that I understood that everywhere Joy goes, Sadness is always coming along. Mm-hmm. And if you follow Abraham Hicks, she tends to talk about the stick, like one end of the stick, the other end of the stick. And so every emotion is like a stick. You've got sadness on one side, and the opposite is joy on the other side. Mm-hmm. They are always together, always. And so every emotion, right, on that chart and everything has an opposite and yet equal emotion that creates a scale. It's where are you choosing to experience that stick or that scale?
Yeah.
You don't have to be one full on one side or one full on the other. You move up and down. Mm-hmm. Where are you? Which direction are you facing today?
Yes.
And then how many sticks do you have? Yeah, just bring them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Throughout my story, in my journey, I have experienced hope and disappointment. It seemed like simultaneously, but they would go back and forth because I had so many ups and downs and so many specialists that I went to see. You know, I'm on my sixth neurologist. That hope and disappointment seemed to live together. But it's exactly right. They were just
Yeah. I
on
mean,
one end of the spectrum. Yeah.
mhm.
Just on both
I
ends.
love that you know that what your emotional thread is. So
Mhm.
you said hope and disappointment. So when you talk about the dip of somebody's stories, or if you're not familiar with the dip, think of it like the hero's journey, just more simple. The idea is if there's an emotion, actually, you guys are the other way. So if there's an emotion and something happens and then you're like, oh no, I'm crashing and I'm burning. And then the struggle moment is down here, that thing that we don't like to touch, let alone identify with what we're actually feeling.
Mhm.
And then the things that we're doing to take some action to come up to be at least equal, but maybe even better than we were. And then we're all excited about the emotions that we feel now. It's so rare for somebody to understand that boop, 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 triple set of emotions. And yet you just told us exactly what that is. The disappointment way down here versus the hope.
Mhm.
And you still continue to have the hope, hence polishing the mirror and looking at yourself as yourself as the hope. That's exactly what I do with my clients. It's because they're so multi-passionate that they have all these things that they learn and they don't know how to thread them together, or they
Yes.
just tell their origin story over and over and over. But then the story doesn't evolve. And I'm like, but you can have all of that and still connect with your clients. So now, no matter where you go, Amy, whatever skill you learn next, you're still going to be aiming for hope. You're going to turn away from that disappointment and you're going to aim for hope.
Mhm.
And so let's say, I don't know, you take up graphic design. I'm just making stuff up for you. You'll learn it because you're seeking hope for something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so if you keep sticking to that hope and disappointment as your core narrative, you said you're stronger than you think. And you're just waiting for you to use it.
Yep.
That's your disappointment to hope story. That's connected to everything. It's beautiful, right?
Yeah.
I love it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Everything we are searching for is we're really searching for the feeling that it's going to give us. Our perception, it's our perception of what it's going to bring to us.
Mhm.
Not what it actually brings to us. It's our perception of what it might bring to us, what we think it will bring to us. And so I try to help people understand that because, oh my gosh, that's why, I talk about in my book, Finding My Hero Within, that all the things are within us. Like, I'm searching outside myself for this hero, this knight in shining armor to come rescue me from all these things when the person I've been looking for my entire life is in the mirror. Every time I've been looking in the mirror, that's the person I've been looking for my whole life. But yet I wasn't looking in that direction. I was looking in the wrong place. But the hero is right there in the mirror, staring back at me every time I look in the mirror.
Every time. One of my favorite practices is on those bad days. Hold on just a second, Angela. I'll imagine my highest self or my best self, favorite self, whatever, like spooning me or giving me the best hug ever. Like she just whoop, whoop, is in front of me. And then we embrace the way that I need to be embraced in that moment.
Mhm.
It's been one of the best practices I've ever done.
I love that.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
Go ahead, Angela.
Yeah, I was just going to say when Amy was talking, that going and seeking, that's what every addiction is all about.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Every addiction, that's what it's about. They've hit some particular high, whatever the addiction is, right? And every time they do it again, they're trying to hit that same thing again and again and again and again and again. And they're never going to get it because that's external.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not going to last. I mean, they may find it, they may get it, but it's only for a moment.
Well, with an
It's a
addiction,
temporary fix.
with an addiction, think about drugs. It never hits you the same as it did that very first time. You're never going to get it again. It's different. and that's why they have to keep coming back to it over and over. And sexual addiction, right? I mean, it's alcohol, whatever it is, gambling. That first time they really win big.
I don't know.
So then they have to keep doing, have to get more each time. That's, I have not ever done any of that, but
I haven't either.
Thinking about like prescription drugs, because I've taken a number of prescription drugs that I had weaned myself off of, but that's how it was with prescription drugs. Like I would take them and then they would stop being so effective. So I'd have to take more and then more to get that same level of effectiveness. So that reminds me of that. That's a really good example.
Yeah. We're seeing it in the world with antibiotics.
Yes.
People using antibiotics more than they need to. Instead of allowing their bodies to heal, they're using antibiotics. And now there are all these things that are antibiotic resistant because people have used them so much.
So, Amy, would you like to play in a more nerdy-ish style for a moment? I don't know how nerdy you are. Are you nerdy at all?
Yeah, we can. I love to get nerdy. Yes.
No, she's adjusting in her seat for the nerdness.
Yeah, let me get ready here.
Did you notice my Yoshi?
Oh, wow. No.
So anyway, what I want to do here is just play a little game. If you said you were stronger than you think, and you talk about that inner hero. So if you could personify without the cat hair, that inner hero, it's going to be there all day. If you could personify the inner hero, what kind of hero that's already out there that we might know might yours look like?
Oh, Mother Teresa.
Tina girl? Or
no, Mother Teresa, who, people don't really identify her as a hero.
No,
I mean, some people do, but I do. Like the way she loved unconditionally and gave people of her heart and didn't expect anything in return. That's what I'm talking about, because I firmly believe, and in my life I have seen it, that you get where you want to be and where you're supposed to be by helping other people. That you can't get where you're supposed to be without helping other people get where they're supposed to be. And so you get what you need by giving to others. And that's exactly what she did.
I love that. Angela, I'm going to ask you the same question if you happen to know. Who would your inner hero be?
Wonder Woman.
Why Wonder Woman?
It's funny. I have had so many people like put that. They're like, you're like Wonder Woman. You're like Wonder Woman. And even going through like TSA, there have been times when, I've gotten wanded and my wrists will set off the thing. And they're like, do you have metal in your wrist? And I'm like, no, those are my Wonder Woman bracelets. You just can't see them.
That's awesome.
I think that she's known for being powerful and standing for other people and, standing in that gap and fighting against evil. And yeah, I think that the spirit of fear is evil. And I really don't want people operating from a spirit of fear. That it just, if I could cure every one of that. In fact, I literally on I think it was on Instagram, somebody made a comment on something recently about, because I did a reel on, don't operate from fear. Everyone is operating. 98% of the population is operating from a place of fear. Every decision they make, action they take, and result they get is coming from a place of fear. Don't let that be you. And this person commented and said, great message, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, if I could make a booster that I can give out to everyone to get rid of fear, I absolutely would.
Yes. Oh, I love that so much, because I agree. Oh, I agree with that. Resonates deeply. It's hitting me right here, Angela. Yes.
I mean, fear and anger both can be used to the positive if you recognize them for what they are.
Yeah.
The vast majority of people don't, though.
Oh, yeah.
The powers that be use them as tools for manipulation.
Absolutely. Yes.
And, that just, I
Yeah.
just want to open people's eyes.
Yeah.
See behind the curtain.
Yes. Right? Come on.
Ooh, I've been thinking, and at first I was thinking, well, maybe Nancy Drew. I don't really know a whole lot of heroes, just because of her curiosity and her wanting to help people. But then I thought about it more, and I'm like, nah, I think I'm more like Scarlet Witch, where I'm so passionate about the things that I value. And sometimes when I have misinformation, I'm on the wrong side. But then at the same time, like, I'm so driven and I don't even know my own power that I will literally create my own world so I feel better in order to have stuff that understands. So I know, like, I'm super visionary and I'm an idealist and that kind of stuff. And I picture this world that doesn't exist because I know that it can happen, not because it is actually a reality. So I like to live there, not here. And I have one friend that makes fun of me for it. I was like, but if I'm not living there and if I don't imagine that, then how are we supposed to change this? Somebody has to do that.
Yeah.
So I'll be my Scarlet Witch. Oh, not the zombie one, just the fun one. Yeah. Though I will have to say, I dressed up as zombie Scarlet Witch for Halloween a few years ago. And the first kid I saw was this 2-year-old kid. And I had a tattoo of a bullet in the center of my head. I forgot I had put that there. And she just looked at me and started crying. And then I realized what had happened. I was like, I'm so sorry. I will turn away.
Avert your eyes.
Yeah.
She was horrified. Poor girl. Anyway, Amy, I want to make sure that we know where to find you. This has been so much fun. But where can we find you and what is your favorite way to communicate?
Absolutely. My website is pretty much a one-stop shop. It has my social media links, ways to get my book, ways to work with me, all of the press and everything that I have been in. And it's www.getamyshelp.com, GETAMYSHELP.com.
Love it.
Love that. So
Great
then,
website.
Yeah. I also
Thank
like
you.
to
I
hold
thought it was
space.
memorable.
It is. Yeah. I like to hold space at the end of an interview just in case there's something on your head or in your heart or on your mind that you need to share. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I would say that everyone has a gift that as a former educator, helping these kids. I saw one of my former students over the weekend when I did a book signing, and she said to me, "You were the only teacher who talked to me or knew that I existed in school. You're the only one who asked me questions and made me talk back to you. I was in all the other classes, I was completely invisible." And what I remember about her is that she was drawing the whole time. She was just completely bored with everything because she felt invisible, but she was drawing, and she was such a talented artist. And when I talked to her this weekend, I was telling her that's what I remembered. And she said, "Oh, it's just something I do in my hobbies." But I was like, that's a gift that you've been given to use. And so I really want to make that point that everybody has something that you're good at. And most of the time, what you're good at, you think everybody else knows or that everybody else can do it, but it's not the case. Like, you have something that you're passionate about, something that really, really speaks to you, is usually a gift that you're meant to share with others and to share with the world. And so I would encourage you to figure out what that is and learn how to hone it, to use it to help others, to use it to share with the world.
I love that. Thank you so much, Amy. I'm so
Of
glad.
course. Thank you for having me. This has been so fun.
I'm glad you played with us. We will chat soon. Yes, I want to chat about upcoming podcasts. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Amy.
Bye.
You too. Thank you, Angela. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
And we have our next guest behind the scenes, complete with more cat hair. One of these days, it will be gone.
You must have gone like full face into
Oh, you
like
have
open
to.
mouth everything.
Kind of, because you're like, I love you so much, and you just, because it makes you feel better, and then you forget that the hair just stays. So Jill, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come to see.
It's hilarious.
Is that a wood panel wall beside you?
Yes.
I wonder. Okay, it might flip. Hold on, you're gonna see my whole office. Ugh,
Yeah.
see my wall?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I have it on. It's like on two sides. It's can't. Oh wait, no, that's the
nice.
whiteboard. Wait a minute. It's not a no. It's no. It's up. It's all around me. That's where. Yeah.
I was gonna do that, and then I ran out of money because I needed to fix the basement first.
Insanely expensive.
It's like one sheet of plywood is $100, but then you need to buy felt and nails and
Yeah.
paint, and just before you know it, you spent your budget on 5 feet.
Yeah. That's correct.
Hi, Jill. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Laura.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. So, Jill, I love to start off interviews just shaking things up a little bit, besides the jokes, because sometimes you get into these interviews and then you ask people who they are, what they do, and they just give you that elevator pitch that you hear a bajillion times. I want to know who Jill is.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to start with a fun question that is also research for me, but
Love
then
it.
we'll see easily. It'll be fun. A bit about your message and a bit about your business before you even tell us about it. You'll see the connection.
Love
So,
it.
Jill, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
It's already happened. A client said it once, and nothing ever touched me more. Speaking about me to their team, they said, connect to dreams.
Aw. So we'll use that as 1. So you want to be described as connected.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like 3 words. Okay.
Well,
So,
kind of. Think of it as
so
like
then
descriptors.
if we're going to do the other 2 words, it would be energetic. Well, I've done this research already, so I'm calling from what's happened. I would say energetically connected and passionate.
I was gonna say it's hard, isn't it? I do it on purpose, though.
That's fun. I like it actually. I like it.
Yeah. Well, now I get to know a little bit about your values, a little bit about how you like to show up in the world, a little bit about how you like to relate to other people, and it tells me a little bit about how you want to communicate with other people.
Awesome.
Before we ever know anything else about you.
I love it. I love it. I'm gonna try that out.
So we're gonna start with like a double question here. I want to know your core message, but at the same time, how do the words connect to dreams, energetic, and passionate play a role in that core message?
I have 2 things that are really important, Laura. So when so I have 1 core message that applies to both of them. One is a passion project, and one is, my company. So my passion project, I would say, create beyond limits would be my core message. And that's because I have one of these backgrounds that's surprisingly, people when they meet me just don't know sort of. I've been through a lot to get where I am today. And so that breaking through boundaries and creating beyond limits is something that I'm really passionate about. And that does inform both my passion project and my business, but probably my passion project a little more directly than my business. So there's kind of 2 things that sort of, I have space for both of them. I fell in love with Taoism actually as a little girl. I didn't know this, but I had parents who were of 2 different religions, and neither were celebrated in my home. And I fell in love with A. Milne and this beautiful poem, and I didn't know it was Taoist at the time. I went to school for religion because I wanted to study and understand religion, discovered I was Taoist sort of after the fact. There's this poem by A.A. Milne, you know, the creator of Winnie the Pooh. If you were a cloud and lived up there, you'd live on water as blue as air. And you'd see me here in the field and say, doesn't the sky look green today? And it's just this whole thing on perspective. And I truly think that's informed my whole life. And so when I say I have these two things, it's like yin and yang. For me, that's how I become complete.
Well, that's the connecting to dreams, right? Like your dream doesn't have to be this one narrow niche. When we think of niche, we tend to think of things, like physical things, when really it's a feeling.
Yeah.
When really it's like a belief system. It's something that's more intangible. And so then we tend to separate all these things and silo it, just like Angela and I were talking about earlier, when really it's all connected.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Cat hair.
Oh, probably. Dry throat. I started a cough a couple days ago. It's been rough. But I'm here because this feeds my soul. It feeds my mentality. So physically, it may be a little draining, but emotionally and spiritually, it's like, oh my God, yes.
Love it.
I love this community. So Jill, I love the idea of creating beyond limits. And then you also said break through boundaries.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about some of those boundaries that you needed to break through to get into the business that you do and this core message that you have?
Yeah. So the breaking through boundaries started when I was young and continued on, and it actually informed True to Brand, the business that I'm in the startup launch phase now. We're building our, if you would have told me when I was like 10 that I'd start a tech company, an AI powered tech company, I mean, there's no chance. So I was diagnosed with very severe dyslexia in grade 2. And I had a teacher, I describe her as not having the Snow White reaction. She had an evil queen reaction.
Oh, wow.
She literally sat me in the corner and told my friends not to be friends with me because they were smart and I was dumb. And I would hold them back and like, so yeah, no, I mean, just unthinkable, right? So school was literally legalized torture for several years until I dropped out as a teenager. I had a mentally ill father, very mentally ill, not like a little mentally. I mean, you know, there was a moment in my life where there was like a knife was thrown past my head, locks were on doors. Like it was not, you know, we'd lost our family home. I moved out when I was a teenager. I was working, I think by the time I was 11, to pay for most of my own things. So it was like a tumultuous life. And then I had no high school education. So that's why I say it's like, if you would have told me I'm the CEO of a tech company, I would have been like, that's not possible. That's just not possible. So I've definitely had, you know, I had learning challenges. We had financial challenges. We had social status challenges. We were on the outs from both of our families. So I didn't even have a network. So I've had to break through a lot of boundaries in my life. And then, you know, one thing led to another, and I actually got, let's call it lucky. I started my first business. I've been a serial entrepreneur at this point, and I started my first business, and it actually ended up being kind of like super successful. So I was like, yay, yay, finally something's working for me. Yeah. It was a restaurant in Toronto, and so I had like broken through. I thought, yeah. Let's hold on to that because I made a mistake.
Okay.
I'd broken through and I'm like internationally renowned for this restaurant, and it's pretty amazing, and we're full, and like famous people come and no one can get a table, and we're like the hottest thing, and we're like top across Canada, and it's pretty great. My brother was the chef, so before you come running over to my house and asking for dinner, it's his house you have to get to. I did the wine, and we were well regarded for that as well. And, you know, fast forward, we were just at capacity every day, which is a dream for a business. But the dream is like, for a business is like, look at all this business we're sending away because we don't have capacity in our restaurant. You have only so many seats and people want to eat it, you know, only so many times. So we open another business and it doesn't succeed at all. It's a food shop. I'm like, wow, this is 20 years ago now, just to give this some perspective. I've been in like 30 industries since then. So with different clients in my own business. Yeah. So I'm like, I really want to reverse engineer what creates success. So I spend the next few years reverse engineering what creates success. And then lo and behold, I have, as a consultant, very big successes. And it's like, wow, I want to go do this for myself and bring this to the world directly. Oof, another flop. And at that point, it's all about those breakthrough boundaries that you asked about, Laura. It's about me not feeling comfortable being in front, always being behind others, never wanting to be the one with the chef. My brother was the chef, right? My consulting clients were successful. It was always like, I'd rather be in the corner, sort of like showing things, because again, like grade 2, that's where I got to see the world from at a very formative age, is from that corner. And so coming out of that corner is something I've done for my whole life, is psychologically not letting myself show up. And of course, we match people who match us, find us. And all that led to me creating, it's sort of a long way around, but I ended up struggling with marketing so much. I spent over $250,000 on marketing, from Fifth Avenue to Fiverr and everything in between. And nobody really got me. Nobody understood me, and I never felt good about my marketing. So I reverse engineered that, and now I'm working with designers, and we engineer. We've introduced like a whole new way of thinking about marketing to the industry. We have some very really incredible clients. Even in our MVP phase, they're coming forward and saying, yes, we want to do this, because only a dyslexic could do this, because we're very formulaic, and not only a dyslexic, but we're well positioned to do this. So I spent a lifetime, you were talking earlier about finding those skills and finding what you're really good at. And I'm really good at formulas and understanding people. And so I'm breaking through a boundary right now. I'm a tech company CEO. Am I up to it? I don't know. We'll find out. I'm going to have to break a boundary.
I love all of that. We talked about being stuck in the corner earlier. Of course, my corner right here is the one with the panel and the green, kind of like yours. So we were saying how when you're stuck in a corner and you think that you have no options, it's like you're on your phone, like distracted, and you just kind of got into a corner and you realize, shit, I don't have anywhere to go. Put down the phone, turn around. Everything else is over there. Like, stop looking in the corner. Yeah. There's nowhere to go. So Jill, a tech company, how did you go from like wine and restaurant to marketing and tech? Why tech? I guess why AI and tech?
Well, yeah, that's the question. That is a great question. And it's going to be the first time I've answered it. So thank you, because that's the first time I've been asked that question. And what ended up happening. So the restaurant, because it was, insanely successful, we never had to worry about marketing. Yes. We took the paper off the window, and we had so much passion. We were solving a problem back then. We introduced the concept of trust a chef, actually, to North America. It's one of the reasons, and farm to table wasn't done before us. So we were actually trailblazing in those areas. And that's why we got so much press, because we were solving problems that we saw. And so the good news is I had a busy business and we sold our business. But the bad news is I didn't learn about marketing because people were banging down our door. So from there, when I sold the business, I actually fell into consulting, because people were like, oh, come consult to my manufacturing car, my insurance company. I'm like, what do I know about that? I don't know anything. They're like, oh, no, trust me. You're amazing at operations. Your team have stayed forever. We've seen your business runs so well. So I got all this operational consulting because of my clientele saw the business I ran. Okay, so I felt, again, this is like a person without an education getting like consulting. I'm like with CEOs and, boardrooms, and I'm like misspelling things. And I'm like, how do you spell that? And they're like, it doesn't matter. You're operationally, you're so good at business. Like they didn't care. So I did this for a few years and I worked in some different businesses. When you help people make a lot of money, it gets around. So I ended up having about 5 or 6 years of consulting without a card. Okay.
Yep.
Then I did a website. Oh, I should have a website. So I did a website and my business ground to a halt. It ground to a halt. The website was actually an off-putting thing. And it was just this hilarious. I still have a screenshot of it. It was just like the person who did my photography. I was standing on a balcony in Toronto and my hair was like blowing like some really egomaniac, right? I'm like, and I just look so egotistical and it wasn't who I was and it wasn't captured. I paid someone $5,000. They asked me to fill out these pages about myself. I didn't know how to do that. I was an operations person. So I write all this stuff that's basically pushing people away. I don't know this at the time. And my business goes from being like, I'm so busy, to like, it actually was worse for my business to have a website. So I went to a friend who was very successful and said, what's wrong? And she's like, you look like a bee. Finish the word. And only a good friend can say that, right? She's like, no, it's not you. And I realized I was putting out this wrong persona. And let's just say that went on for a little while where I really didn't understand what to say, where to say it, how to say it. And I went through years of struggling. But on the good news is she was just like, take that down and go back to people telling people, because people love you. And because what happens, they tell someone, they go to the website and go, ew. Okay. So I've since helped, because I do, I got really good at helping entrepreneurs figure out their next thing. That just became the thing that I got known for. And so through that, I helped a lot of businesses grow. And as we would figure out what their thing was and their business and their model and shape it and design it, they would then need to market it. And there was nowhere I could send them because I'd gone to all these places. So ultimately I had to figure it out because my clients needed it. And I have a lot of clients who are highly visible and highly successful. I'm very proud of the success that I've helped people do. And over the years, did it as a consulting process. I did it as like one-on-one consulting, very high touch. We'd set up entire marketing and sales systems for people. I've been doing this for 4 years. When AI hit, I realized, oh, this is going to change everything. And I realized that consulting was going to be totally different. I realized all these course creator businesses were going to be very, very different. I realized that a lot of industries were I'm very good at, I had for business. So I was like, oh, this is going to change in ways people don't realize. I also had an embarrassing backstory, if you want to hear it.
Oh, always. Yes.
Always. We want to hear the
embarrassing. I was like one of the top international restaurateurs globally. People used to fly to come see us, and I missed the internet.
Nice.
It's like, so I wasn't going to miss AI.
Nope.
And I missed it. People were like, you should get a website. I'm like, oh, pisha, people don't need websites. Oh, people don't need, if we had done a food blog, then I'd be so rich. I wouldn't even know how to, that's all we had to do. And it would have been insane. So we had this massive reputation, but couldn't see into this new world. And so when AI hit, I stopped everything. And I went, I'm going to figure this out. And it actually I said, but what I basically do is collect data and then use that data in interesting ways. There's got to be a way to do this better with AI. And I sat on it for a while. My partner, who's an academic at like top business school, was on another call with academics. I think that, I don't know if it was Harvard or Stanford. I know there was people from both in the room, but I think the presenter was a researcher at Stanford. And he was saying, I'm watching over the shoulder, of course, because I'm not invited to this call, but I'm like, ooh, what's happening? And he was saying he had accomplished what used to take him 7 years of research in an afternoon. And that's when I realized really good marketing gets engineered by collecting the right data and repurposing it, and sales, that's what makes it work. And that's when I realized if you could do in 7 years what now you can do it in an afternoon, it's all about setting up the data. So that's when I assembled a team. I have a data expert, I have AI expert, and I just started a team, and I understood what needed to be pulled together, and then I brought in the people who could pull it together even better than me, that kind of thing. So that's how I went from, like, what wine would you like with that?
No, I love that, because then, like, that's exactly what I'm doing is I'm gathering all this data about how mess-to-message style solopreneurs and entrepreneurs love to be described. Because then I can reverse engineer, well, what does it take to have other people describe you that way? What kind of actions and behaviors and performance do you need to do to showcase that, right? And then keep going, and to the point where I can go, here are the top 5 things that you can do to get the top 5 ways that solopreneurs, mess-to-message solopreneurs love to be described.
Love it.
Right? And then just boom, like, there's your data.
That's how to do it.
Exactly.
It's it's amazing because it's a data process, right? I've learned the questions over time. I know to ask, because the other thing is I ended up going back to school and getting a Master of Arts in Leadership.
Yeah.
And along the way, I went as a mature student, which was really interesting. And what I also learned is we can't ask people directly who they are because we get that wrong. So we need to, right, Angela, right? So we need to ask indirect questions. And so that's actually one of the reasons that marketing fails with so many marketers, is that they're asking us they want the right answers. It's not that they don't want the right answers. They know the answers they need, but they don't know how to get them. So they ask you a direct question when indirect questions actually reveal more. And so that's where my master's in leadership comes from. And, 2 decades, I have over 20,000 paid hours of facilitating leaders in entrepreneurial organizations, from 1-person organizations to 700-person organization, 400-person organizations.
Nice. I just did some quick numbers. I'm trying to figure out, like, how many interviews have I done?
Yeah. I know every once in a while you do that and you're like 10,000 hours. Now I've blown that out of the water.
Oh God, the constant learning. Yeah. No, just in the last 2 years, I have done about 300 interviews. And that's only every couple of months. Like every 2 to 3 months, I do a week of interviews for Corey, and then I do my own sporadic interviews. And now I'm just getting ready to launch my own podcast.
That's awesome.
So then there's going to be lots more interviews. And I'm like, dang, the amount of data that I can have by next year, it's going to be a real solid base.
Yep.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yep.
So then on the topic of AI, I talk about emotions a lot. And so when I hear AI and emotions in the same conversation, I kind of go, really? So what I've learned is that they're actually working on AI being able to recognize emotions and to be able to speak emotions.
Yeah, they are.
And I'm like, oh my God.
That's not how we're using it. We're creating, so the talk that I gave was 3 keys to integrity, marketing with integrity in the age of AI. And the challenge is people don't, like, if I ask most people what integrity is, it gets confused because people think integrity is one thing. If you look at the definition, it's actually something else. So there is a lot of misunderstanding about what integrity is. And it surprised us as well when we looked into it. It wasn't what we expected. And it actually holds the key to effective marketing. So whether it's the age of AI or not the age of AI, what we're doing is creating marketing systems. Like, we're basically creating custom AI tools for each of our clients by collecting the right inputs, developing their standard operating procedures, which some of them are AI enabled, but AI that can only be like them. So AI that's contained to not sound like anyone else, to not use anyone else's words, to not tell anyone else's stories. And so what we're doing is actually building true to the founder processes, they can then go hire an assistant who can make sure that the message is complete. So the three, so it's not quite speaking about the emotion that you brought about, but it's the issue that we look at is more we must trigger emotion because people buy based on emotion, but then rationalize with data,
Yes.
right? So we have an emotional reaction, and then we rationalize with data, and then so we must know what to say to. But some of our stories will elicit that emotion, but we also don't want to be over the map. Like as a founder, part of the problem is we try to have our company be all of us, and that's not actually successful because that's too much and it can't be shared with team members. And it can't be understood by our audience because it's like, we don't know everything about Steve Jobs. We're all going to say 5 things and go, that's where he lives for us. But he's a much more complex human being than what we're going to think of him, because there's too much of that persona. So you take a few elements of the persona that match the psychographic of your ideal buyer, and you almost create like you create a simplified version of you that can be comprehended by an audience. And so it's also knowing what to say. It's also knowing what not to say. A lot of times people come in telling stories and that they're their go-to stories. And we're like, you got to stop telling that story.
Disconnect. Yeah.
Because it's a great story. It's a wonderful story. Tell it to your grandkids.
Yeah.
But it's actually not the story that's going to get people excited about buying. And you've got this other story and you don't talk about it. And it's a great story. And that's the one everybody wants to hear. And so it's a lot more than that. But if I'm going to really like super duper simplify it, the emotion, so trust. Is it okay if we go to trust instead of?
We talked about trust yesterday. This is blending right in. Go right ahead.
So I wish I had. I really need to get a copy of his book on my shelf. So
Which book? I might have it.
Partner, you might know. I don't think you'd know it. It's called Epinets. It's epistemic structures. It's how trust. It's actually literally it's a academic book. A lot of my stuff comes from academia because my life partner and now one of my business partners is a highly regarded academic. And if you've thought about like game theory, you've heard about that. So epistemic networks is sort of in that category. And some people think replacing it. So the idea is that when you understand how trust works, you actually understand how information moves through networks. Okay, so he's a network guy. So in this book, very academic, it's from Stanford Press. In this book is actually trust is actually a function of 2 things, right? So these are things that I'm very academic-y, right? Like as a dyslexic, I like to understand why things work, right? So trust is a function of 2 things. It's a function of, I will trust you if I think you have knowledge that I want, right? So it's knowledge that first of all, I think you have knowledge that I think would be valuable to me. The second function of trust is actually, I believe you're going to share that knowledge openly and fully. And that sharing that knowledge openly and fully, believe it or not, is integrity. Okay. So here's what a lot of people, and this is why I'm advocating right now for marketing engineering being the new, like I'm advocating for the world to take marketing engineering seriously, because the way marketing's done now is frankly harmful to most people. Because what happens, right? So this I'll share fully. What does that actually mean? If we drill down even further, what that means is you're always the same no matter where I encounter you. Yes. It hangs together. Okay. Meaning if I'm hanging out with the queen or I'm hanging out with my bestie, there's not a discernible difference in who I am. It's, will you share your truth, your whole truth, and nothing but your truth, your whole truth, okay, and nothing but your truth. Not your, I don't talk about that there because I'm not comfortable, okay? I don't speak up about my opinion about this because I'm not comfortable. Because if you're not comfortable and you're holding back your truth, you're actually holding back one of the conditions that need to exist for trust. And I am very energetic. Like I'm literally more energetic than your imagine could take you right now. Like I literally will feel something that happened on a street corner years later.
Oh.
And I'll look it up and go, why did I feel that way there? And then I'll find out something happened like that level, right? So that we are all energetic. We might not be all aware of it. And so when we're holding back our truth, it's really a problem. And so that's where engineering. So how's marketing working today? And this is what, like, I spent a freaking fortune on this. I hired this person for graphics, this person for my website, this person for my PR, this person for whatever, that VA. Then they leave and they take all their systems and I've got to start from scratch. And I'm spending time, I'm spending money. It's awful, right? And so then worse than that, what's out there online is actually actively causing me harm. Because what it's doing is this person and this person and that person and that person all use different words. So with True to Brand, what we're doing is we're owning the landscape for our clients so that even if they hire other people, they can only use their words. They're all using the same source material. They all have access, and we're creating custom AI tools so that they can go and literally ask their founder anything and answer as their founder. And this is really important because when I've hired these 20 different people or 10 different people, it's like broken telephone. The trust isn't there. So we think trust is this function of, this is what I say, I'm passionate, right? Like I get so passionate because as a dyslexic, I get frustrated when we talk about things, but we don't, I'm like, we have the need to really like understand like how things, it's like a 5-year-old, like why, how, you know? Like, and then I end up going like down these rabbit holes. Well, I'll stop.
Well, no, it's fine. It reminds me of, okay, how many people, both listening and here, have been to just like countless webinars, seminars, those kinds of things. I can't tell you how many I've been in. So then how many of those say that they're going to give you information and you think in your mind, I'm going to be able to do or have or be or whatever this at the end of this webinar. You go to the webinar, you get 15 minutes of introduction, you get 15 minutes of information, and then you have the next half hour of sales. And you're like, but
what happened to that solution?
Yeah, you didn't cover the thing that I thought that I was going to get. And if you did, I think I missed it, or it certainly wasn't connected. And then when you go back and you check, you're like, oh, they like just kind of led up to it and never actually touched that thing. And so then there's that, I want to use your words. I'm assuming they're going to share that knowledge openly and fully, and they haven't. So then I feel betrayed. And then I look for the next webinar, which does the same thing. And then I look for the next webinar, which does the same thing.
No more webinars.
I know. So then some people would start a coaching business around that. And then they hire their first coach, and maybe their first coach is doing the same kind of thing. No, you have to buy the upgraded of this course in order to get that answer. Then I'm feeling betrayed again. It's like, oh my God, no wonder so many people I'm hearing lately in the last 2 years or so hate the word coach. And I do say hate with a bunch of knowledge and a bunch of understanding that it takes a lot to get to that point. That is where the energy is going. And so I'd ask why, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, it's not just coaching, that it's everywhere. I mean, Jill, I'm sure you've read, I'm sure, Bowling Alone, where he talks about
No, I've not.
Great book. He talks about how trust has just, degraded and we're at the lowest point of trust ever in time. And the title Bowling Alone it's referring to, back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, there were bowling teams, right? There were all these bowling leagues, and people got together as a community and did things together. And now people go bowling alone or with, like just one other person. So that's where the title comes from. It's like looking at what has happened across society. But it's talking about how trust has just eroded so much from every, from politics to business to, you look at pharmaceuticals. It's like, they do this ad of what this particular drug will do, but then there's, like you were talking about, there's 15 seconds of what the drug will do good, and then there's 45 seconds of all these side effects that are possible, right? And that's something that's throughout our entire, world, everywhere right now. It's a worldwide phenomenon of just this huge erosion of trust. I mean, it used to be at like 70% trust level, and I think the last statistic that was done was somewhere less than 20%.
Ooh,
wow. Thank you for Angela. Thank you for sharing that. That's actually, so that's the topic of what I'm speaking about. This is what I'm advocating for, is I'm teaching people how to bring integrity, the 3 keys to integrity, because integrity is a function of 3 things. You can look it up anywhere and see this, because I think it's going to start with entrepreneurs who slow down. The beautiful thing is less is more. And so we're in a world that's telling us that more is more. No, right? So we talk about integrity. There's 3 aspects of integrity. We could all just go look it up online together. They are structural, relational, and completeness. Structural integrity is like an engineer. If we were to go build a new house on a cliff, right? A lot of people would go, oh, well, they'd know they'd need an architect, but the architect wouldn't be legally allowed to build, right? They would need engineers. And the engineer would do 2 things. Laura, earlier you brought up the concept of niche, right? The engineer would do 2 things. A niche is actually, I'm in Canada. This is something called a toonie.
I'm in Canada too.
We don't even use these things anymore because everyone uses plastic. But a niche is 2 things. Again, it's like sort of, there's the environment, right? It comes from environmental science. There's the environment, which is the physical environment. And then there's the players in that environment. So the niche can both be your specialty and then the people that you specialize for. And if you were trying to build that house, it would be, could the environment support the house? Like, is that structurally sound? And then will the house support itself, or will it, that's where we get, the structure within the house to support. So there's these 2 sides to it. So that's structural integrity. And that is not happening. And when structural integrity is good, then you're in the right rooms, then you won't hold back your truth. You won't hold back pieces of yourself. You won't hold back your opinion on political issues because you'll feel safe. And if you aren't feeling safe, it's because you're in the wrong room. So right there, you're not marketing properly if you don't feel like you can speak your whole truth. And then the second one is relational, be yourself and your whole self. If you don't feel like you can act like you would with your best friend, then you're not in the right room. And the third one is completeness. And for completeness, I like to use the example of an orchestra. We see an orchestra and it creates this incredible sound. And we're like, wow, that's really complete. And that's how people are trying to do their marketing. If we think of each instrument like a marketing channel, that each instrument like a marketing channel is something that Apple can do after 50 years, but we can't do it after 1 or 2 years. It sounds like, I like to say, band practice, right? Like, ow.
My daughter was in band for years.
That's how we're actually breaking trust. We're actually breaking trust by not being consistent enough. So what we do is, if you evaluate the 30, 40, 50 options you have for marketing and dial it down to 1, 2, or 3, you can actually make more money more consistently than trying to be all over the place. And so I liken it to my father, who was mentally ill and challenged. One of the nicest memories I have of my father is that he played cello. And I would go to bed listening to cello. And I like to say, if you've heard a great busker or soloist, one instrument can sound complete.
Yep.
And then we can create a small ensemble, right? We can add a violin, we can add that piano, and it can sound, we don't need this big orchestra and a conductor. And in fact, if you don't have billions of dollars, it's not, or at least millions and millions of dollars, it's not possible to make that sound whole, right? And those, I really advocate, like, we can get back to these simple practices of just slowing down. We spend forever figuring out our product, like you're doing right now, Laura, with like you're going from your mess to message and you're collecting the data and you're going through the steps and you're putting all this love into that. We spend so much time putting love into our products, and then we like rush our products to market. An engineering process for a company takes like 6 months. It's not like, I need money like tomorrow. And it's like, we're chasing this cash. And that's actually where the lack of integrity is coming from. And then it's building a message that we're not trustworthy, because from the outside, we look scattered. Right. And that's what's hurting a lot of people.
I actually came from the world of architecture and engineering. I took engineering before I took architecture, and I practiced every single bit.
Did I do okay then, making those my analogies? Or
my only other suggestion is that depending on the site, a geologist may need to come in, but other than that, yeah, like everything's fine. Architects are also trained somewhat in structure, like they have to know the basics, but then certain things like something on the side of a cliff does have to have an engineer stamp.
So believe it or not, I actually used to run construction projects.
Did you really?
So, yeah, I do know that, but I like to simplify things for analogies. But yeah, I've actually built a award-winning building from a hole in the ground in downtown Toronto that royalty have visited. Yeah, no, it's I have done such a vast array. I think that's one of the things that's really supported, like breaking through boundaries, I think, and creating beyond limits. That's one of the things that supported me, is that I just kept getting all this work and I kept saying, I am not qualified to do this job. And they're like, no, you're good at figuring things out. You'll figure this out. So yeah, I've actually had quite, I've built like, it's fun, like random skills.
Yeah, but they all connect.
They do.
I think we were talking about that yesterday or the day before, or no, it was yesterday, because I was asking people what they did before what they do now, just to showcase whatever skills you've developed in that old career, that old hobby. You're using that. It just looks different in the work that you do now. That's all. So Jill, I want to make sure, we only have a couple minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you and what your favorite way of communicating is.
My favorite way of communicating. Okay, so where to find me? My website's the best place. So www, if it's still used, .jillmccabe.com, JILLMCABE. So it's just one C in my last name, .com, because from there, sort of my world opens up. I have Create Beyond Limits music that I just started putting on YouTube. And it's where I have like neuroscience approved sort of first and second order limitation kind of affirmation song I just put up about finances. And I put that up last weekend and that went really well. I have a book that helps us called It's Go Time that helps create beyond limits. I have a GPT, if you've ever struggled to sort of think big, or your imagination, even if you want to turn a day around or figure out what to do, it's called the Wow What You Want GPT. And you can click through to it there. And then of course, True to Brand, if anyone's interested in getting their marketing done. It's like my little portal to all the things I do.
Awesome. So in about 30 seconds or less, if there is something that you need someone to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I think it's just like, you're awesome. You're just awesome. You really are. And my whole life has been about understanding that I'm not wrong, and that I'm okay. And I had such low self-esteem, even through those first years. And if you could just hold the space for you being awesome. And then I think the best thing I ever said to myself was, I used to say, I don't know who I am. I don't know who I am. And I realized that I was pushing knowing who I am away by saying that. And so one day, very randomly, I just decided to start saying, I know who I am. I know who I am. I know my purpose. I know my purpose. And it wasn't instant, but it has all flowed from there.
Aw, I love that. Thank you so much, Jill, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had so much fun. We will have to connect behind the scenes.
I would love to, Laura. There's like definite synergies here.
Lots of synergies.
And thank you for that book recommendation. That's I'm interested. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
We'll see you soon, Jill. So our next guest is behind the scenes. Trisha, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Awesome. Today is going super fast. What is it? You were the second last interview? Yeah. One more after you. Usually by this point, I'm like, I got a shift. I ran out of water. Okay.
How many have you done today, Laura? And Angela, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well.
I have a mixing cup of water to add in nicely to my cup when I run out, but I have to run out.
How many interviews do you guys do a day?
6 interviews a day. You were my
You
fifth.
do them all back to back? You don't even get pee breaks?
Yeah, which is why you're like small sip of water, small sip of water.
Oh my God. He's a slave driver. You better ask for like at least bathroom breaks.
It's difficult because you just never know who's going to be there or if you're going to lose viewers, or like a whole thing. But that's okay. Trisha, we're here to talk about you. We can talk about that if you want later. Trisha, I love to start with a research question that I'm doing, but it's really fun because we get to learn about you, your business, your message, and a few other tidbits before you ever tell us anything.
Oh.
But you'll see how it connects.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. That's why I asked this first. It's like,
okay.
then you know that I'm not pulling your strings or manipulating you to say certain words. You're just telling us first. Okay. So Trish, do you want to be called Trish or Trisha?
Trisha, please. Yeah, no.
Trisha. Okay. I know it's
Your stripper name is not going to work on here.
If I call you Trish, you call me out. Okay.
I'll try my best, but yeah, I'm getting more ferocious with age for sure on that one.
Okay, Trisha.
Thank you.
If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Congruent, integrity, and boy, the last one ends up being a phrase.
That's okay. Really, I'm looking for the energy behind words. So
more like others, like outcome focused for others.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
your needs are kind of my passion, my mojo, like gives me spark type of thing.
Aw, that's so cute. Also, I made a happy face with a dash and a quote. And then when I tried to cross out the line, now it looks like one of those weird faces. Fine, it's fine. So what does it mean to you to be called congruent, integrity, and outcome focused for others? Like, why those words?
Okay, so integrity and congruence like go hand in hand. So like congruent is the first one, I would say, because what I say I will do, or what my direction is, I want to make sure that that is the outcome that people are seeing. So my actions, my attitudes, and beliefs are in alignment with what I'm telling other people to do. So I'm not, a great example of this would be like, a hypnotist who smokes and trying to get people to quit smoking. Well, no, I've beat that one. I did certain things with what I know. And then I can congruently tell a person, this is absolutely how you can succeed with this. Right. So it doesn't matter whether I'm like trying to teach my family members, or I'm trying to teach students or clients, or I'm speaking to a group. What I'm telling them, I actively believe in. So that's what I mean by congruence. So I'm not just saying one thing and doing another. I try to be actively congruent in what I'm giving. And with that gives in my mind, integrity. So people know that I am doing the best interest for them with the best of intentions. And then that wraps into a nice package of, being others focused and outcome based for what their needs are. So when I start with any group, speaking opportunity, teaching classes or clients, I'm always asking, what do you want? And what would that look like, sound like, and feel like if you got exactly what you want? And then everything becomes reverse engineered from that question.
We were just talking about reverse engineering. Nice segue. Okay, so cool. Now that we know a little bit about the words, so congruent, integrity, and outcome focused for others, how does that play a role in your core message? So of course we need to know what your core message is, but then also how do they play a role?
I probably should have had questions before we started this so I can think about this. My core message is that change can be easy. Change can be fun. And a lot of people think that it has to be a lot of snot and bubbles and crying and, Kleenex and a lot of effort. But when you're working with a mind, it actually does not have to be based on content. All change moves towards wholeness. So a knowledge of content is not needed to facilitate change. So I have a lot of people like coming in with a therapeutic, like the old therapeutic model in their head, like where they have to like confess their life story to the person. No, what a person is achieving and where they want to go is more important than the past. That doesn't mean we don't help a person like heal and move on from it. But it can be funner and it can be easier than what people think. And so when people are coming for any form of modality, that is my goal, is that learning and mind magic, like making changes in your mind can be magical and it can be just like happen in an instant. That's my core.
I love that so much. How many times have we all heard that change is hard? We don't want to change. It takes so much effort to change. And then, of course, we all know what to do. Logically, we just don't do it. That's because right. We think the friction is way too much for us to do anything about it.
Or we just that or the content. They think the why of why they're like that is so important.
Ooh.
Right?
I like the rephrase. Content versus why. Okay.
Yeah.
Content versus.
So yeah, but like once a person learns that the content is irrelevant and that whatever, now this is, I might get a lot of flack from this, but whatever you think or imagine or what you remember is not real. It is a fictional component. It is based on your hormones, your sleep, and all these perspectives. So like imagine that you had like 360 degrees of direction to look at any one situation. You have to understand that you only have 1 degree of that. So if there's 359 more degrees of it, you obviously do not have all the information. Like the best example of that is like, have you ever met like your childhood teacher who you thought was like big and scary, and then you met them like as an adult and you're like, oh, I was wrong, So like, if you can let go of your preconceived memories, then you can actually shift and heal from the memories because you can let go of the content and go, oh, I know that wasn't the truth of the situation. There might be fragments of it, but the actual content is not real. That's why eyewitness testimony is almost always wrong.
Oh, we were talking, I think it was Tuesday, about the analogy of when we look back at our past. I like to think of it like a Google Maps search.
Yes.
Okay. If I say, I want to go to France, you need to know where I am to get to France, but you don't need to know the color house I live in, what carpeting I have, how many windows are on the front.
Or where you've been before.
Or where I've lived before. That doesn't matter. What matters is just that one relevant starting point that is the opposite of where you go. And that's it. Like everything else around that doesn't matter.
Right. And then through the nature of that, like, I love that. I use the Google Maps analogy all the time. So like, that's just perfect. Thank you so much. You're just feeding me stuff.
Validation.
Yeah. The truth is like, what I always tell people is like, like just quote like Stephen Duchovny, you have to begin with the end in mind, right? Mm-hmm. So if you know the destination, so say you wanted the destination to be France and you got halfway to France and you're like, oh, I actually really want to go to Australia. No big deal. Like there's no place in adulthood for shame or guilt. So you just change your mind, you just change your plan, but the outcome is always the most important, the destination. And, I think, what was it from Corey's book? And he just recently posted about it. Like the journey is the destination. Yes. So it's like, it's so awesome because like you're beginning to braid all these ideas together and look at the bigger picture of what people can accomplish. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think the journey is the destination is like a twofold thing. So yes. Part of the destination is the journey. Part of the journey is the destination. Like there's something that you're going to learn from the other one, But if you're putting all of your attention on one or the other, you're missing all of the magic.
Well, and the thing is once you get there, is that really how you want to, like,
No.
okay, you're just being, okay, so you're just there? Like, no, like you always have to have something to chase. Like,
Yep.
there's no fun in life if you don't have something to chase, you know?
Yeah.
So the journey is the fun. And then once you get there, it's like, okay, now what's my next thing? Wait, and that's how people mature. That is, you know, they have to have something to chase.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
well, you don't get to France and then just stand at Charles de Gaulle in one spot.
That's right.
You
What's
you
Charles de
leave
Gaulle?
the airport and you go to
Oh.
the Eiffel Tower, or then you go to where, right? You're going to lots of different places. It's not just the getting
right.
to France. That's not the end point. There's
so much more. Yeah.
beyond.
And that, I think, you know, I think you're bringing up, like when you talk about that, the idea is so profound because that's why people are in like perpetual sorrow or grief. They have nothing to chase. If they have no outcomes, no goals, no next steps, nothing, they're like, it's Groundhog Day every single day. You know, like, I can see why they are needing help to find the motivation to chase the life that they desire. You know, whether that's that they don't believe they deserve that life, or they believe there's too many roadblocks, that like that's the goal, is like to help them to find something that inspires them, motivates them to change their habits, their actions, their attitudes, their beliefs, so that they can actually, you know, have that curiosity, right? Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I think it's a hard place to be for people. And that's where that hard phrase does come in. Because if you're doing the same thing all the time and expecting different results, yeah, it is frustrating. Yeah.
I love that you're saying this. I actually was having a conversation with someone a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, about this very topic. They were like, what do you do once you've achieved everything you wanted to achieve? And I sat there and I was like, I can't imagine getting to a place where I no longer dream.
Right. Yes. Yes.
And
that I no longer have goals, that I no longer have, like, you're going to have to inform me of this because that doesn't compute for me.
No. Well, that would be the equivalent of eating your favorite food every single day. And you understand eventually it's going to be boring.
Well,
right?
And that's exactly where this person was. They were like, but I've achieved everything. And I'm like, really? Like, you really want nothing else? Like, not even like learn a new language, or
yeah.
And they're like,
they have no place left to explore. Yeah,
like,
so
you're 55 years old. What are you going to do with the next 40 years of your life?
Right, because we live longer than ever. Yeah. So yeah, you have to have some kind of more emotional leverage on yourself in order to like move forward, right? Like something to chase. Like, even if it's just like, hey, I wonder where the next great, you know, movie theater or restaurant or play is, you know, like something. But yes.
Now you brought up the word wholeness, that we are all change moves toward wholeness.
That's the goal with hypnosis and NLP, is that the outcome is to integrate a person to wholeness, so that like, if you think of people, they often are stuck in a debate. I want this, but I want this. And, you know, I should do this, but I want to do this. Or I don't deserve this, but I really want this. Right. So people are always having some kind of internal debate with themselves. And most of the time they're talking to themselves in their head, but that's not where real life is, right? Life is out here. So if a person's consistently having that conversation in their head, they're having that internal debate and they're not whole and integrated into chasing their outcomes. So if you're like so motivated and taking steps and taking actions, you can't possibly think about looking in the rearview mirror, because you're doing the next thing. Right? You're taking those steps. So most people, when they're not feeling that wholeness, they're trying to drive down the highway looking in the rearview mirror. And let's face it, that's just not the safest way to travel, right? So getting them forward focused. So the structure of genius is the visual, auditory, kinesthetic model, those fancy words for visual, sight, sound, and feelings. So if a person cannot see, hear, and feel the outcome that they are chasing, I call it a virtual movie of their mind. If they cannot do that, they have nothing to chase. They're literally just talking to themselves in their head. So if you can get them chasing that outcome then they become more singularly focused and whole feeling because they're not looking in the rearview mirror.
Just so you know, there's always constantly a movie playing out in my head as
Good.
people talk. That's how I process information. So then
you're
that's
highly
why
visual.
oh, very, very. So then that's why I'm always like, here's an analogy, because my mind is like, we need to compute that. How are we going to compute that? Here's what we can use.
Right.
Whatever's around.
Yeah. And so when I'm saying the virtual movie, ideally adding as many senses as possible, because this visualization is only one aspect of achieving change. You also have to hear it, and you'll have to feel it. And then like if I'm working with like an Olympic athlete or somebody who's in sports, like you'd smell the smell of the sweat and the taste of the salt on your lips, so you could actually make it so real that the nervous system does not know the difference. And actually that is the truth. Your mind and your subconscious mind does not know the difference between real or imagined.
Nope.
So as soon as you make that resource state of that it's already happened, it's like setting that destination in Google. It's like, oh, I already know how to do this because I've already seen it, heard it, and felt it, right? Yeah. So it becomes really, really next level magical when you actually integrate more of the senses.
I love that you brought up smell, because I know that you know this, but I'm not sure if the audience members know this. But smell is the only sense that goes directly through all of those mental filters right into your brain. Yes. So have that movie that Trisha's talking about, build that in your mind, and then think about what are those smells. Yes. Really lean into those so that maybe you can go, this is what's next to me, so whatever, and smell it.
Yeah.
It's a measuring cup of water to just remind you, and like every day, maybe many times a day, to make that more real, more familiar, so that it's not this huge step that's away from you.
Yes, so it's a form of anchoring. So, olfactory senses and anchoring, like as soon as you smell like that, that can be it, right? But you can have you have visual anchors, you can have auditory anchors, you can have smell anchors, all these things. So basically, what you're doing is then anchoring a smell to that thing that triggers the memory that makes you think about it. So the more you focus on something, the more you will chase it. And that is the magic of it. So that's so cool. Yeah.
So beautiful.
Yeah. Like in the one of the funnest ones that I do, with hypnosis and NLP, of course, is just like, think about a lemon, think about the juices squirting into your mouth. It's spraying, and like all of a sudden people are like, and they're swallowing and they smell it, but like it just takes an instant to make that happen for people. And that is exactly like the kind of changes people can expect with hypnosis and NLP, is that quick magic, where that quick mental shift where you begin associating something different that's a resource state for the future. So thank you, Laura, for bringing that up.
Oh, you're welcome. It's one of my favorite ways to do things. Usually I keep my essential oils next to me, but I always find the oils, I don't care what they're called. I never care what they're called. When I'm feeling that emotion that is driving me crazy, that's when I go shopping for smells, because my body's actually really good at not being able to smell things that I don't need in that moment.
Right.
No matter how strong smelling they are. So I was at this one spiritual fair, and I walk up to this table because from across the gymnasium, I'm smelling this smell, and I'm like, what is going on? So I walk up to this table and I'm like, what am I smelling? And I'm picking up things and they're handing me things.
Yeah.
First thing they hand me was this piece of smelly wood. I don't even know what it's called. And they're like, oh yeah, this is really strong smelling wood. This is probably what you're smelling. I pick it up. It's right next to my nose, and their eyes go wide thinking I'm just going to burn my nose or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't smell anything. Shocked look on their face. I'm picking up all these things. Eventually I found out it was a bundle of sage.
Okay.
That was in a plastic bag.
Yeah.
From across the room. I don't smell anything that I don't need in that moment.
Wow.
So then I always open the jars, the tester, and I'm like, can I smell it? Because if I can't, being put back.
Right. That's awesome.
So, yeah.
So you're like better than a drug dog.
Yeah, right?
But if I don't want the drugs, then I probably will.
Yeah, you're like smelling the wood. Nope, that's not mine. Yeah. That's awesome.
Oh, Trisha, why did you get into this work? Like, You talked
Oh.
about smoking earlier, but I don't know if that's your whole backstory of why you got into hypnosis.
Yeah. How long do we have? No, I'm joking.
14
bullet
hours,
points,
17
bullet
minutes.
points. We have 3 amazing daughters, and childbirth is what started it. So baby number 1, we'll just say, so I used to work in the medical system. I should preface that. And so I believed wholeheartedly to just do as I was told to do. Okay. I took zero responsibility. That is on me. At the time, it didn't feel that way, of course. But the first birth ended in a cascade of interventions to the point where I wasn't even conscious when she was born. And, I was not happy about the situation. Baby number 2, I never emotionally dealt with all the things that happened with baby number 1. And so that poor, sweet child, she planted her feet in my uterus and said, "I'm not coming out. You are bat poop crazy." And literally didn't matter what I did to change that. I ended up with a very similar situation. And again, because I had never dealt with the things that were going on. So baby number 3, darn it, I'm going to do this better. And so I found a hypnotic childbirth program. And it is second to none. And it not only teaches prenatal education as well as hypnosis for childbirth. And it's not just one book, one audio. I became an instructor for them. Like after I had an amazing birth, I literally had, after 2 cesareans, had a vaginal birth, no complications, 0 interventions. And my mind went, oh my gosh, if I could accomplish this with my mind, what else can I do? Right. And like the whole medical system was like, yeah, no, you're not having a natural birth. You can't do it. And, it was just like, it was so devastating. So once I used these tools and accomplished it, I was just like, oh my God, I have to teach this. I have to know this. And so I became an instructor for their program. I wrote a fertility program for them. I did a whole bunch of things with hypno babies. And then it was like, okay, I have to become, I have to, it was like a beautiful slippery slope of learning. And did I mention I covertly forgot to smoke because I was doing hypnosis all the time? It was so many things. Stage fright gone, confidence boost, like all stress, I melted away. And now I teach and I do NLP and I have a clinic and I just sold a clinic and I launching another one, so like, it's just, that's the short version of the last 16 years.
So I heard hypno babies in there. Was it you that helped Scott with his kid?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We were on that call. Yes. They were actually one of my first clients, like in teaching that course. But yeah, it was awesome. It was so great to see him again. And it was funny. I've run into a few people later and like, they're like, I'm like, oh, so how old's your kids? And I'm thinking like 2 or 3. And they're like, 13 or 14. And I'm like, oh, right. Time does go by. So yeah, no, the child that I achieved this with, she's 15 and a half. So, I mean, it has to be that, life moves on. Life has been happening fast and furious, but I don't regret how the first ones happened at all because they were huge learning opportunities for me. And I could see I could see what most people do in the blame game of their life. This happened to me because of X, Y, and Z, right? I was like, oh, it's not my fault. It's just, but I was taking 0 responsibility. So, helping people be motivated to take 100% responsibility for the life that they're living became the sole focus. And when you do that, people achieve what they want. They get their goals. So, yeah.
We talked about marketing in our last interview. And it just, when you said taking full responsibility, it just reminds me of how many times I've heard, but it's not your fault. It's not your fault. That I'm thinking to myself, how are people supposed to take personal responsibility for their life and what's going on if they're not taking even a smidgen of that responsibility by saying, yeah, part of this could be my fault.
Yeah. And even the truth is, what I try to get people to understand is that I'm not asking you to confess it to the world.
Right.
But it's an internal representation of it that changes your energy and your focus to getting what you want. If you haven't owned it in your own heart, in your head, then you're not going to, that's that congruence, right? Like you have to own your part of it. Like, so part of like, we do a lot of ho'oponopono or like forgiveness work with people. And you know, the forgiveness begins with yourself. Forgive yourself for holding on to that. Forgive yourself for the things that you did. My master trainer, Scott McFall, a mentor, he literally, like the phrase that I've coined in like many chapters and stuff is that he believes that there's zero place for shame and guilt in adulthood. And once you eliminate that, like whether it's from marketing or whatever, there's no shame or guilt. There's just useful or unuseful. And if you didn't get what you wanted from that, great, own it and change it so that you can make the new shift, the new change, whether it's for marketing, whether it's for, you know, getting the life that you want. It doesn't really matter, but you have to own your part in it.
So you said it could be fun and easy. Yeah. Tell us so well, wise one. What makes it fun? What makes it easy?
Well, for starters, if people can change with laughter and joking around instead of sitting there feeling like they're confessing, then that makes it fun, right? So every single session, I'm trying to get them to change their mood. Okay. The mood, through physiology, generally speaking, is first and foremost. So what people need to understand is physiology trumps emotion. So what they do with their body will change their mind, right? And then it becomes a beautiful infinity symbol of like how change happens. Second, with things like hypnosis and NLP, you can think of change being like your desk. Like Laura, I get that you're online and stuff right now. And even with Angela, I can see in the background, everything is very tidy now. Maybe you made it that way because you're online.
Didn't you see when I turned my laptop earlier?
Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, is it chaos? Okay. Well, let's put it this way. So some people are orientated that way. It has to do with different personality types. But if you think of, say, let's just use your fridge as an analogy. You could have all of your objects in the fridge currently, and you can't find anything, right? Mm-hmm. So if we take everything out of the fridge and reorganize it, and I don't even mean throw anything out, you feel better about the fridge. Mm-hmm. You feel better about finding that information. So if you don't like something and where it's stored in the mind, we can shift where it is. We can depotentiate it. We can make it seem comical, like circus music or something. And all of a sudden, you do not feel or associate the same way as you did before, right? So if you just shifted where it was in the mind and how it was stored, all of a sudden it just becomes that easily. And notice that I'm not talking about like how it happened, right? But if we just took, can we experiment just for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So if you could each imagine a picture that is an unuseful memory or thought. Can you both kind of get it? You can do this with your eyes closed or open. It doesn't really matter. Usually they pop into your head. Maybe both got one? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, if you look in time and space in front of you, for instance, it's usually in a certain area of your mind. Like if your mind was like a whiteboard in front of you, right? You can see the area of where it is, right? Okay. Now think a random thought. Like, what's your phone number? Just think it to yourself. Okay. Now think something that you love, that you're passionate about, so excited about. You got that? Now notice that picture is actually in a different location on that screen in front of you. Nod your head when you notice it. Mm-hmm. Right? So that right there shows you store things in different places, right? Okay. So break state for a second, open your eyes, think, what's my favorite color? Okay. Now go back to that other picture, for instance. Now notice how big it is. Okay. Notice whether it's in black and white or color or moving or still. Notice all those things. Now begin to change it. Shrink it down. Make it about the size of a thumbnail. Make it black and white. Make it kind of grainy and blurry. And then hear circus music playing in the background. Okay. Now, once it's so small that it's like a little thumbnail, imagine there's a little trash can. Physically grab that picture and move it to the trash can. Okay. Now, break state again. think, when's my birthday? And now think about that old picture. Now, is it in the trash can or is it in the same place? Right? And now I can tell for sure with Laura, because I know she physically did it, and her face started changing while she was doing it. How do you feel about that picture now?
I can't recall the picture the same way. And I even like flung the tiny little trash can away. So it's like off into time and space, and I can't even locate it, let alone see the picture.
So notice the feeling is also different in your body.
Yep.
So was that funner than you thought it would be?
Yes.
Did you share any like content? Was there any snot or bubbles? Yeah. Have you ever had so much snot that you made bubbles?
Oh yes. When you said that earlier, I'm roaring in my head. It's like,
yeah. So notice that like that alone, just like that idea, that's a quick NLP technique. And I made some modifications because I hadn't set it up the way I normally set it up. But that, that maybe took us 90 seconds, and you can literally begin to feel different. Like now you actually have that tool. I could just tell you to do that with like 100 different pictures. You put it in the trash can, I usually put it where Santa Claus is, hide it in his bags, whatever. Angela, did you actually do it in your mind? Do you have a different representation of it? Yeah. So even just shrinking a picture and making it black and white, and then if you can change the sound, like say here clicking or, whatever, all of a sudden you've changed something called the modalities. And so it all of a sudden feels different. Like if you change one, it begins. So that is what I mean by like mind magic. Like your mind actually wants to shift. It actually wants to change if you want it to. Nobody can make you change, but you have to want the change first.
I'm going to have to be a little more aware over the course of the next interview. And I'm like, am I actually able to breathe better? Or is it just temporary?
Right.
I don't know. I will let you know.
Well, the thing is remember, repetition is key. So if you did it the first time and you got like I always use like gigs of data in a computer as the analogy. So the first time you do a technique, you maybe get 1 gig and then 2 gigs and then 4 and then 8 and 16, 32. So you get the picture. So eventually your mind could just remember to forget the old problem, but you'd have to consciously decide to use the repetition of the technique to make it automatic. Right? So it can be like, it can become such a huge tool for you in a short period of time, because you can infer that if I could do it with that thing, I can do it with another thing. And then if I needed more skills, I'd just like add a technique or two. Right. But I don't know. I think that stuff's pretty fun. And we didn't talk about anything in particular. Yeah. It's a mind candy for me.
So Laura, I thought back to what we were talking about in one of the prior interviews when you were talking about your breathing and the people marching around saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, versus, saying, I can breathe. I can breathe. And before you know it, you've healed yourself. Your body has the ability to do so much that.
Well, it's direct suggestion, right? So like if I say to you, don't think about broccoli, which is literally how every diet is based, don't think about this and don't do that and don't do this, right? So all of a sudden you've just implanted the suggestion. So even though, if you just change a word or two, the direct suggestions become directly hypnotic to your own subconscious mind. So you are your first hypnotist or a neurolinguist. So if you change how you're saying it, and word connotation and like how you're saying things is a huge part of what I do with people. And so, yeah, it's what I speak about a lot, like just changing a word or two. So for instance, the word pain has 0 positive connotation to the mind or the nervous system. And if you change that word, for instance, to discomfort, the root word is comfort. The brain hears comfort. Those people will take half as much pain medication. That if they just change, I'm in discomfort versus I'm in pain. Like as soon as I say the word pain, my lower back is going, so that's how most people are. So we're highly suggestible. So if you even think it, you will create it. So you have to be cognizant of what you were thinking to make sure that they're in alignment with what you want. So yeah, I breathe easily and freely, or, my lungs expand nicely, or, when I'm around X, Y, and Z, breathing is comfortable, would be quick, easy reframes for you. But I don't have an idea what you were talking about before, but I'm just inferring from what Angela said. So,
Trisha, when we were talking earlier about 100% responsibility and being at fault and that sort of thing, one of the things that I have done is I've changed the question from where were you at fault to how did you contribute?
Yes.
that's a great reframe. That's magical. Yeah.
Because it's the same thing.
Yeah. When it's the same thing, like when people
differently.
If you just make this more general and go, a person will spill their coffee and like stub their toe and, be 20 minutes late and they're like, I'm having a terrible day, which is like literally putting a suggestion forward for the rest of the day. Right. And if they could just flip and go, how do I want this to go? Or be grateful. Like maybe I avoided something that I wasn't meant to be around. Right. And go, I'm having a fantastic day, or my day is going smoothly, or things are happening exactly how they were meant to be. Or at the end of the day, if a person is in an attitude of gratitude and they get in the habit of saying, even in their head, 5 things that they're grateful for, even if the day was, and I love this word, suboptimal, because the root word is optimal. So I try not to say I'm having a poopy day. I say I'm suboptimal. I'm not all about being positive all the time. Like that's ridiculous. That's not life, right? But if I say it was suboptimal, or, it didn't go quite as planned, I'm being honest, but I'm not being like, oh, everything's awesome. Like I'm not a Lego movie. So, but yeah, that's awesome that you know.
That's stuck in my head now.
I'm just making words flash in your head all the time. But yes, I love that idea, like flipping it to what you want to take away from it instead of all the problems, because whatever you focus on will be realized in the future as well. So yeah, being grateful for or shifting, what did I contribute? It's just magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. The word I kept using was, what role did I play? It's like I always played a role, always. So then what was my role?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a lead role, let alone something else.
Another quick reframe, and this is again with the question I always begin with a person is like, how do you want it to go? So how do I want this to go in the future? Then you're setting the mindset of how and the resource state of how you can shift and navigate from what you did to where you want it to be, so that you already have that resource state in your mind. So yeah, what can I add? How do I want it to go next time?
And then we can habit stack. And then we can do some hypnosis, and then we habit stack again.
Yes.
Awesome. We have a few minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you, and of course, your favorite way of communicating.
I don't necessarily have a favorite way, and my phone number always does change. My email is super easy. So hypnosisab, as in Alberta, @gmail.com. Or I've typed in the address on learnhypnosis.ca. It's just so quick and easy. So hopefully most people can remember that. There's a submission form on there, so people can easily reach me through that. That's probably the easiest. Learnhypnosis.ca, and then social media, all those things will be on that website. Also, for anybody listening, if they would love an opportunity to have a free, audio, there's a submission form on there for people to reduce their stress. So a free gift for people, and they can access that through this one of the submission forms on the website, or even just email it through the submission site and say, I would love my free product from, I think we're on Amplify You, right? Yeah. Amplify your message, right? Yeah.
Isn't Amplify You something
That's
else?
Michelle. Yeah. Yeah. Very similar names, but yes.
It sounds familiar. Michelle, the podcaster, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay, double checking.
But I think she actually she had mentioned she was selling it. So I don't know exactly who runs it anymore, but yeah, I think somebody might have been taking it over, or maybe I could be just hallucinating. It's all good.
It's all good. So what's next for Trisha?
I am launching a new location clinic in Sherwood Park, Alberta. And then my teaching academy for Canada is out of Edmonton. other things that I'm working on is just different chapters in different books, as well as different speaking opportunities for organizations, teaching courses for hypnosis, NLP, and perceptioneering, and just continue to work as a clinician online and in person. So that actually, maybe I should mention that is a lot of people do not know that hypnosis and NLP can be done online. And so you don't have to be present in front of a person. The sessions are almost not different at all. So we do work across Canada and the US. And if you do need, a practitioner in your area, we have the Master Hypnotist Society. So I can help navigate you towards the best clinician for you in your area. So if they reach out on learnhypnosis.ca, I can definitely help them with that as well.
So what would you say to somebody who has always wanted to be hypnotized, but has never been able to be hypnotized?
That is a great question. First of all hypnosis is self-hypnosis. So I always do something called a free screening or a consultation and assessment so that people actually understand what hypnosis is. Like most of the population is doing hypnosis to themselves, whether they are aware of it or not. I'm just simply showing them. So most people have driven somewhere, got there, and not remembered the last 5 minutes of the drive. It's highway hypnosis. I don't recommend it, but it does happen all the time, right? So understanding what hypnosis is and isn't, I usually tell them, if you don't want to be hypnotized, you won't. That's just a fact. And if you go in there proving that you don't want to be hypnotized, you won't. But if you are curious about discovering if you can do this, and then learning the empowerment, so every single client learns how to do this for themselves. That's the goal. Teaching them how to self-help, right? So they can do this, and we can make them feel more comfortable through that screening so that they know what's happening, what's not happening. I do a little test, those kind of things. So the possibility is real. And if they have something they want to change and they are honest about wanting to change that, I can help them develop a plan that'll work for them. So yeah, there's always options, whether they think there is or not. But if they don't want to, they won't.
Yay.
Yeah.
I have been meditating a lot over the last few years. And I noticed that I would forget everything that the person said, and I would have this other experience, and then I would be like woken up in the room again, and I'm like, what is going on? Didn't notice that was me going into hypnosis.
Yes. Okay. So the truth is I've had at least a half a dozen just recently meditation experts come and audit sessions with me to see where there is difference. So just even from a scientific point of view, it's a brainwave state. So the techniques used to get into state are very similar to meditation, but what you do once you are there are substantially different. So right now we're in something called beta brainwave, and then meditation is usually alpha, which is prayer meditation. And then underneath that is theta brainwave. That is where hypnosis happens. So what that fancy word means is achieving what's called singular thought. So instead of having your thoughts go boom, 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 you're singularly focused, which is kind of, exactly what I was describing about congruence. So, just to make a beautiful loop here around it, achieving singular thought helps a person actually achieve their goals. So, yeah.
I wish my thoughts only went boop, 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 boop. It's more like boop, 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 boop.
I don't think those things are a problem for you, Laura. You actually are hyper focused at getting things done. So when you're focused on one thing, you do complete what you're doing, right? So there's a difference. So you're just really good at going into singular thought, but you also have 50 different tasks going on in your mind at any given time.
I'm constantly problem solving. As a kid, I always used to joke, well, because my mom would tell me I'm getting in trouble for this or that. So if I'm ever in jail, I could just lay there and solve problems in my head. I'll be fine.
Right.
And now I lay there and solve problems in my head, but now I can't sleep.
Well, we help people with that too.
I know. But this has been so much fun. I want to make sure that we just have a couple moments to give you some space for anything that might be in your head or on your heart that you want to share. So if there's something that you need somebody to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
Is if they are stuck in debate, there is a solution. You don't have to live that way. And it can be fun and it can be easy. And you can make magic in your own mind, even if it's just learning the skills on your own, but you have to begin with the outcome in mind. So if they're tired of that and they want to move towards wholeness, then remember that everything in life, someone else or something had to teach you. The answers are not in here. The answers are out here. So if you even just think about tying your shoes, you had to see it somewhere else or somebody had to show you. Same with eating or walking. So as adults, we have this belief that we should know the knowledge already, or there's some shame associated with not knowing it. But remember that everything in life had to come from outside to learn it. So there's an opportunity to become single-minded, to become congruent, and chase the life that they desire in an easier way.
Easy and fun. Change can be easy and fun. I love
Easy.
that.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Tricia. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you again.
Yes. Nice to meet you, Angela.
Great to meet you as well.
Have a
We
great
will
day.
talk soon. Bye, Tricia.
Bye.
Now, our next guest, she was just here and then she had to pop out. So I sent her a message. I said, "You're coming back? I miss you." That's fine. So we will just wait for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
What was something that has stood out to you so far today?
You know, there's been, I've loved all of the conversations, and, you know, it's amazing how when you really think about just humanity, right? Is she
Yeah.
back?
You can continue.
Okay. And how often what people really need is to be able to see what's inside their head, to recognize it so that they can make major shifts.
Welcome back, Dr. Monique.
Thank you so much for having me. I don't know what happened. Everything cut off, and so I'm back.
Yeah, Angela was telling me that there were some internet issues in different places of the world today.
Oh yeah, I saw that. They said it's like the largest outage that like Microsoft has had ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you made it. So
I
it's like,
made it. I'm
yay.
here.
The whole day I was like, is our next guest going to make it? Is our next guest gonna make it? We missed the first one, but other than that, everybody has been here. So welcome back.
Thank
I
you.
know
Thank
we
you
had
so much.
we had a very quick video chat last night, so hopefully
Yeah.
you're feeling a
Much
little
better.
better.
Much
So
better. Thank you.
things just pop up. So I'd like to start every interview with a fun question, and apparently I cannot talk. But I'm gonna ask you a question, and the whole point is just to shake up the stereotypical elevator pitches where I say, "Please describe yourself," or tell us a
Yeah.
little bit about you, and you go, "Here,
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
fun. I want to get to know Dr. Monique, the
Okay.
human being behind the message, behind the business first."
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So, Dr. Monique, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Oh, that's a great one.
Thanks.
One would be disarming. I like to get people comfortable. I hope that people feel comfortable and that they kind of can put their guard down around me. The second that I want them to say, is there like one word for that?
If
I
it's a
would
small
say-
phrase, that's okay. It's really just like the energy behind the words.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I would say like hostess, right?
Ooh.
I like having people over. I like welcoming people. I like people feeling the warmth and the energy of my home. I'm one of those people that if I cook for you, I stand there like this. Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it? And I need good feedback, like to be very honest. I need you to be like, oh no, this is the best, because then I'll ruminate like, what did I do wrong? And so and the third, I hope people would say pretty funny. I do. I don't like when things are too heavy. So maybe that's part of the disarming.
Welcome to describing our whole week. I know that when we start to get into people's messages and what they do, when they start to tell their stories, it can go quite dark.
Mm-hmm.
So what people don't know is behind the scenes, after this is all over, and you get included in this since you're our last interview, what I always do after the live stream is I always check in with my co-host as well as the last person we interviewed, because you never know where the conversation went that day.
Yeah.
And so I need to make sure, are you okay? Do
Yeah.
you need anything in the moment?
That's really
Do you have
thoughtful.
any
That's
questions and
really
comments?
thoughtful.
Yeah. And then because it can get so dark, we also
Mhm.
make sure that there's laughter and there's playfulness and curiosity to kind of liven it back up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I hope we don't get too much into the dark side over here. my topic is heavy enough. So yeah, but I think we'll maybe like shade, but I don't think we'll get to the total darkness.
We'll play wherever you want to play, but we do enjoy the darkness. Angela and I just started the day by saying that we both like to talk about vulnerability,
Mm-hmm.
and how usually there's a theme, and we're like, I wonder if we could get people to help us dive a little deeper into that darkness and into those struggle moments. So we'll go wherever you want to go, and then you stop wherever you want to stop.
All right.
But let's come back to those words for a minute. So the disarming, the hostess, and the funny. We kind of already talked about why. So I want to move into what your core message is, but then also like, what do disarming, hostess, and funny, what do those words have to do with your core message?
Yeah. I think they have a lot to do with how I try to work with my patients and their family members. So I am a hospitalist. And so what that is, it's an internist who only works in the hospital, only sees patients who are acutely ill enough to be hospitalized. I don't have office hours. You can't make an appointment to see me. I don't give vaccines, things like that. So I deal very much in the world of like heart attacks, slips and falls, new diagnoses of cancers, pains that won't go away, heart failure and lung failure that's chronic and getting worse. Mom suddenly can't live at home alone, things like that. So I live in this really transitional phase of people's lives, where the transition is going to lead to something a little bit more difficult, right? Rarely do people come into my world and like leave with an easier thing, right? My book, my message, everything is around hospital care, advocating for yourself. And I've started really trying to teach people exactly what you were saying, a debrief. This idea that like after the craziness that you just went through for a hospital stay, sit down and debrief. What just happened? What does that mean for us? Where are we going now? And the reason why I'm really leaning into that and encouraging that is because it usually means that something is different. Things are rarely easier when you come out of the hospital. Even people who are excited to be hospitalized, pregnant people, they're excited to come to the hospital. They leave and their life is more complicated from there on out, right? They now have a little bundle that's going to turn into a teenager, and they're, someone who's never going to leave the basement and things like that, right? Right over there.
She's only 14. She's getting lunch right now.
So like, but
she's there.
But that was a hospital stay that like people look forward to, and you still left with something more complicated, right? If you come in getting a new knee, right, you're still going to leave with something more complicated. Now you have to go to rehab. You got to go back to the orthopedic surgeon's office. So rarely do I meet people in this phase where I'm just giving them 100% relief. And so I have to be able to walk into a room and disarm you. I have to be able to walk into a space where, you may be experiencing something very scary, probably for some people, some of the worst moments of their life, and build an instantaneous relationship with the patient, their loved ones, the decision maker, their community. If they're not there in the space, I have to be able to do that over the phone. And it's not an easy task. And it's something that I think hospitalists kind of get this bad rap for when you're in med school. People talk a lot about primary care doctors and specialists building relationships with patients that you'll see for years, right? And they say, well, hospitalists only see patients for a few days when they're in the hospital. But to me, it's even more important that I learn how to build that relationship because I don't have years, right? I have hours, I have days to build a bond, get your trust, work together, tell you some things you may not want to hear, maybe give you good news, maybe give you bad news, and then get you prepared to go out into the world. And so this is my message is on both sides, right? I'm teaching both patients and their family members how to have conversations and what to expect in the hospital and how to participate in their care, how to advocate for themselves where they feel like things are not going well. And then I'm also wanting to teach providers how to build these relationships pretty quickly, how to, speak to people in a way that they're hearing what you're saying, even when you're telling them really bad things, right? People don't hear a lot, right? You say one thing and then people don't hear anything after that, right? You say to somebody like, you say cancer. I guarantee you, no one hears the word after cancer. They never hear that, right? So how do you communicate? How do you come back to that conversation? How do you build those bonds? And how do you help guide people through this kind of really scary transition point in their life?
I laughed a little when you talked about knees and then you said an appointment with your orthopedic surgeon. That's Tuesday. I was like, synchronicities. How does she know? They're not going to be replaced, but I am having a consultation. Yes.
Yeah. Hey. No, joints are very important. I myself am heading to the podiatrist on Monday for my ankle. So you got to keep moving. I get it. I get it.
And then you mentioned about the trust and how, we just talked about how words are so important. And it just blends right into this because after my accident, hence the knee issues, right? Yay. One of the paramedics had said to me while I'm laying on the ground, if you were any other person, you'd be dead right now. And that phrase was what made that whole situation in my mind real and what caused my PTSD. And I was like, all of that to that extent because of just one thing that somebody said casually, hoping it would make me feel better.
Yeah. That's something that I do try to impress on people when I'm teaching and talking about communication skills. You're never going to get it right. Like no EMS is going to get 100% correct. No physician, no nurse, no anything. I remember I had someone telling me that they had an interaction with a provider, a physician, and that this physician was very dismissive of them. That he patted her on her shoulder and said everything was going to be okay. And that, I'm here for you and, it'll be fine. And when I spoke to the physician about it, he was like, oh, I was so good. I patted her on her shoulder and I told her so lovingly that everything was going to be okay. I let her know that I was here for her. Like, you see where those two experiences diverged. He was actually trying his very best. And he thought that he was showing empathy by, and we do talk about like touch is important, so giving her a reassuring pat, telling her he was here for her. But everything that led up to that, her being in his office, put her in a headspace where that those things were not exactly received very well. Right. I rarely fault like any single person for those type of things because coming into each interactions are humans, right? The patient is a human, the provider, the physician, the nurse, the EMS, they're a human too. Right. And so like that guy, somebody might have said that to him one day and he felt like Superman. You know, if he got in a bike accident when he was 15 and they said, man, if anyone else had done this, they would have died. And he walked away feeling invincible. And he thought he was giving you that message.
I know.
Right.
And on any other day, it would have been exactly what I needed to
Right.
hear.
But
on that
everything
day,
that went on,
yeah.
everything that went on. And so another part of it is acknowledging that you can put your best foot forward and you can still get it wrong. That doesn't mean you shouldn't try again. For instance, personal story, I say to a lot of patients, okay, you're going to leave the hospital with X, Y, and Z medication. You're going to leave the hospital with X, Y. I've been doing it for years and years. Mm-hmm. Started a new hospital. And I got a call, Dr. Nugent, the patient's wife is refusing to be discharged. They won't leave. They want to come talk to you. So I come to the bedside and I'm like, what's up? They said, you said we were going to leave the hospital with this medication. I said, yes, you are. I already sent the prescription to the family. To the pharmacy. She said, no, you said I was going to leave the hospital with it.
Oh.
Where is it? And I had, again, so many different types of hospitals across the country. Never once with me using the phraseology, you're going to leave the hospital with this antibiotic, you're going to leave the hospital with this medication, had anyone demanded that, or I shouldn't say demand, had anybody interpreted it to say that they were going to get the physical medication in the hospital and go home. Now, some hospitals are what we call dispensing like facilities where you can fill at a prescription, and some hospitals are. And the hospital I was working at the time was not a dispensing facility. And this woman took me to task, called me a liar and all sorts of things. And I had to apologize. That's how she took it. That's her understanding of the phrase, you're going to leave the hospital with a certain medication. That's her understanding. Did it change how I speak? Yeah, actually, maybe 50% of the time. If I'm starting to get the feeling that someone's a little bit more literal, then I will say things like, I'm going to prescribe this for you on discharge. But if I feel like a patient and I are vibing really well and we're understanding each other, my guard isn't up as much, but it's something that now I'm aware of, does that make me an evil physician liar that she said I was? No. But did I learn something? Yes. Right. Did she learn something? Probably too. She probably now, if comes across that, probably is going to ask, like, do you mean prescribed or not? But so it is about learning to take that feedback and grow from it, instead of taking that feedback and either not internalizing it or totally internalizing it and then falling apart.
So you mentioned having to build trust really quickly, and trust is a huge thing in marketing and in business. Do you have any sort of insights for the business side of us where maybe in the way that we phrase things, social media posts, reels, whatever it happens to be, that we can build that trust maybe a little easier right out the gate?
So for me in my world, being really clear, what I often find is that communication, there's confusion, there's anger when, like the thing, you're leaving with this medication, when someone isn't getting the thing they thought they were getting. And so a lot of the times I feel like I can tell when something is a little sketch, like what is the full story in this advertisement? What's actually, like, when somebody calls me, because something that happens to physicians is you get called by recruiters a lot to say, like, hey, we have this new hospital that's opening up. Would you come and work for us? And I can tell you're not telling me the whole story. You're not. There's something, and it's in the pitch of your voice. It's in the fact that the facts aren't fully there. You can't give everything out. You're giving me generalized answers. And so honesty and giving the full story, I think, is, for me, one of the biggest things that builds trust.
I'm going to reflect back to what I'm hearing is clarity is huge, but also giving what you say. We talked about that a couple interviews ago. It's like, how many times have you been on a webinar where you think you're going to get a certain piece of information and then they lead up to that, but then they don't tell you that.
Yeah.
And you just feel like you've been betrayed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the things that I do often in my practice is I rephrase a question to people.
Mhm.
So I'll say, like, are you asking me, like, Doc, is mom ever going to walk again? I'm like, are you asking me, if she will have the ability to work with physical therapy? Are you asking me, some people take really well to it and they'll be like, yes, or like, no, they rephrase their question. And some people think that I'm being a little like sketch, like just answer the question.
Yeah.
And I'll say again, like, I'm trying really hard to answer the question. I want to make sure that I'm getting the question that you're asking correctly. Because in my world, like, there's really no, if I say something in medicine, if you say something and it's not done, it can either be like dangerous, it could have bad outcomes, but that trust is shot. And because I work in a system, I put an order in for an x-ray. I don't do your x-ray, right? The radiologist doesn't do your x-ray. The radio tech does your x-ray, but then someone has to bring you down there. So the whole system in a hospital to get you to get the x-ray that I've ordered, I have to have trust in that, because the day that I walk into a patient's room and they say, you said I was going to get an x-ray and I didn't get it, then I look like I have egg on my face and I have to unpack the whole system. And so building systems that work, building trust is all about delivering.
I have so many things running through my head right now based on where this conversation has been going. A couple of years ago, I was the advocate for my brother who had to have major open heart surgery. And there were some things that went sideways and he wasn't able to advocate for himself, because he was in a state. And so the advocacy piece and the feedback piece and the trust piece, right? I mean, those three things, they all go hand in hand. And the other word that popped in my head was when people say that they're brutally honest, and they wear that like a badge of honor. I'm brutally honest. And I'm always like, you do not have to be brutal to be honest.
I hate that phrase. So
yeah, I do too.
Like brutality, the definition of it is violence. Right?
100%.
So to say that you're like violently honest, and that's the truth. Some people do use the truth as a weapon. Some people do use the truth purposefully to hurt others. And you can do it in a personal vein. You can do it professionally. I'm sure we've all done it, to an ex-boyfriend or whatever, here and there. But you're right. That phrase is horrible. And I'm with you when someone says like, oh, that's just how I am. Right. I immediately am like, you are not my person.
Yeah. Well, I'm always like, no, that's how you're choosing to be. That's not who you are.
Because that's exactly what it is. You're choosing to make everyone else have to respond to you.
Yeah. So. But that feedback piece is, if someone's being quote unquote brutally honest, when we're receiving feedback, we get to decide what of that we're going to receive, right? Versus what we're going to deflect. And then when we're giving feedback, we get to decide, are we going to be the person who's being brutally honest, or are we going to do it in a way that person can receive? Just like you were talking about with the patient, who is being discharged, adjusting the verbiage because, by God, she was going to have her meds when she was checking out. Right. So as you were talking, all of that was kind of just going through my head because of that experience that I had with my brother. And how
hospitals are places where things go wrong a lot. And it's because, like what I said, it's a system, right? Yep. So I put in an order for an x-ray if you don't get the x-ray because somebody called out sick on transport and they didn't have enough transporters to get people down, I will never know. I'm not in charge of transport. I have no idea.
Right.
But the system, fell apart because of a missing piece, right? And then also, and I say it in my book, you meet 10 different people with 20 different opinions asking you to do 30 different things.
Right.
Right. And that's unfortunately, that's the nature of medicine nowadays. It moves so quickly. The average hospital stay in America is about 5 days. Some people are in and out in like 24, 48 hours. Some people have complicated, reasons for being in the hospital and are protracted, but average about 4 or 5 days. So if you can think that like within 4 or 5 days, you can come to the hospital, possibly get a new diagnosis, possibly have a surgery, get some medications, see a physical therapist, see a financial analyst person who's going to look at your insurance, tell you that you can go to rehab or you can't go to rehab, and then also fill out whatever paperwork to tell your job that you've been sick. Maybe get a hospital bed to go home with if that's what you need. Or if you can't go home, now I have to find you and your family have to find a facility for you to go to rehab. Or if you can go home, you don't need a hospital bed. You're probably not going to feel really well. So you still need more time off. So you still have to let your job know that you're going to take even more time off from the time that you had. And the financial implications of that. And that's in a working week, right? That's like in a working week.
Yep.
Like people's lives can change within those, right? I have had people come to the hospital, for something they thought was really simple. And then like 48 hours later, they're getting chemotherapy, right? Life-changing things can happen in 5 days.
Yep.
And the only way that happens is if things go quickly. And when things go that quickly, people get lost.
Yeah.
Feelings can get hurt, miscommunications can happen. And that's really what I want to do, is teach people how they can minimize some of those unforeseen experiences and maximize their communications with their team, so that every conversation they're having is a high impact conversation, that no wasted words. They're driving things forward, getting questions answered. And then also teaching physicians and providers that like it's not about 100% about slowing down. I think that's something that we teach people to say, like, well, if you take more time with your patients, if the time you take with them is not quality, it doesn't matter. Right? It's about being effective, both like medically and emotionally, each time you see that person.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot. That takes a lot out of providers too. That takes a lot out of physicians. I will tell you that when I was a resident, I used to work like just days and days straight. Now, if I work and see patients more than 5 days straight, my nerves are frayed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because in a way, every day is a performance.
Yeah.
Like, I'm coming in and I know that like with this family, we're dealing with somebody who's getting ready to leave and they're happy. So this is going to be a more upbeat room. With this family, things are still up in the air and like they're waiting for a son to come in from Connecticut. So, things are a little bit heavier. With this family, they're kind of pissed because this is the third time dad fell at the nursing home. So there's, so I'm reading all of these different rooms and you have to present yourself the same way. Because if I walked into like a room where someone's actively passed away and I'm like, hey everybody, how you doing? Like, I'm not, no one's excited to see that doctor. Right? I have to walk in respectful of the process and the people that are going on, but if I walk into a room where someone is having a little bit more of an upbeat attitude and I'm like, hey guys, then they're going to be like, oh my God, what is it? What's happening? Am I going to be dead? Like, please tell me, so I have to somewhat match the energy. I have to be able to communicate so many different things. And it's a skill that I'm still perfecting, but I would say going on 15 plus years of doing this, I think I've gotten really good at it. And I'm trying to teach people how to do the same thing. So hopefully they don't I mean, like, I've had some great communication stories and I've got some horrible ones, but I'm trying to save everyone the pain.
Yeah.
So what inspired you to write a book about it? Why not just chit chat with your fellow doctors?
Well, everything is a process, right? I always say that, like, I can't carry a tune in a bucket and I cannot follow dance steps, right? I can't draw a straight line with a ruler. Like, my art is my words, right? I like to write, I like to talk. And it really came about during COVID, is when I was like, I've really got something to say here, because for the first time in my practice, I didn't have access to family members, right? People, believe it or not, don't realize how easier it is to have conversations with people when they're right there, right? Because I can say to you, like, is this what dad is always like? Like, I'm just
Mhm.
meeting dad now, and he seems nice to me. And people are like, he's really confused right now. Like, he thinks he's in the swimming pool, right?
Yeah.
So it helps. Having family members at the bedside helps. And suddenly during COVID, when visiting got really restricted, I didn't have access to these people.
Mhm.
And just like I was missing access to friends and family members for my patients, not only were the patients missing it, their friends and family were
Yeah.
feeling the same way. Like, they were not being communicated with, because the truth is they weren't. Like, when you come to visit someone, you pick up on so much more than just a conversation with the doctor. You're picking up on conversations with the nursing staff. You're seeing how dad is walking to the bathroom, right? You're actually, like, talking to him about his pain, and maybe he'll talk to you about his pain, but he won't tell the nurse about his pain. Like, there's a whole different milieu that goes on when you have access to your loved one and your loved one has access to you in the hospital. And that was gone. And so I thought I was going to write a book on how to communicate during COVID. That was my whole thing. I was like, I'm going to like save the situation and help people with that. And when I sat down to write the book, what I found was that there was nothing new. The same communication problems that I have seen on both the East Coast and the West Coast at academic institutions, private hospitals, county hospitals, VA hospitals, community hospitals, are the same exact communication problems and misunderstandings that were happening in COVID. It was just amplified.
Mhm.
So actually, you won't find the word COVID in the book at all.
Good.
Because in the end, I was like, this isn't about that. This is about the experience,
Yeah.
right? And that experience may have different flavors with different illnesses, but it's the same thing. It's the same human experience of going into essentially a machine of medicine and feeling like, how am I going to keep myself together and get myself through this experience, or my loved one through this experience, intact and with something that to us is a good outcome.
Yeah.
And so one of my aunts calls it a manual. She's like, oh, this is a manual. Because it literally, I tried to break it down into like pre-hospital stuff, post-hospital stuff. I think of hospital stays in 3 different phases. 1, the information gathering phase, 2, the treatment phase, and 3, the discharge planning phase. These are Dr. Nugent's words. There's no, like, in a book, you wouldn't find that, but I put it in my book because that's how I think about it. And I think that it really helps people. Like, when I say to patients, they're like, doc, you're making me get so many tests. And I say, you're right. We are in the information gathering phase of your hospital stay. Right now, I'm trying to get as much information. You're going to meet more people. We got to get all of this stuff together so that we can make a good plan. And then, later on, they're like, I've just been getting these same antibiotics and I've been getting wound care for 2 days. You're right. You are in the treatment phase. Right now, we're seeing how you're doing with the treatment. Like, we got to continuously look at this wound every day and make sure it's getting better. You don't have to go back to the operating room. And now we're going to start talking about discharge planning as well. And so really, for me, this was my attempt to, like, get out to the world, like, hey, this is going to be probably a scary experience. It doesn't have to be as bad as you think it is. And so that's what drove me to write the book.
Nice. And obviously you're doing podcasts. Are you using other ways to amplify your message as well?
I have a very small blog. that I am going to get more stuff going with. I am actually next week meeting and doing, excuse me, some planning. I really want to get some streaming education out there so that people have access to the information, right? There's so many different ways to learn. There are people who are going to love the book, and I have like blank pages for people to write. They're going to write in those pages. They're going to keep it with them. They're going to give it to their friends. And then they're going to be people who really are going to more absorb it in a 5-10 minute video chat, something they can listen to. So I'm trying to get that message out to people and meet them where they are. I was recently asked to start contributing to an elder care. I don't know what you would call this. It's like one of those subscription things where people have access to lots of different articles and videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying different ways of getting myself out there. And it's so funny. I just got off the phone with a friend whose birthday it is today and told her that I'm working on getting over my fear of starting my own podcast. And so my goal is by the time the kids are back in school that I can start recording, because I lost all my childcare for the summer. And so I'm currently at my local library. Otherwise, there would be little like 2-year-olds, 8-year-olds running around me. So I'm hoping to September, I'm hoping to get myself together to do that.
And you will.
Thank you. Laura's going to hold me to it. She's gonna,
probably.
Yes.
Because I'll make you do the same thing for me. It's like, I want to start my podcast too, probably in the fall, September, right? When my daughter goes back to school. So that I'm not having her trying to make, I don't know, pizza pockets or whatever in the microwave. I love her so much.
Yes. Yeah. But you do have to like minimize them. Like the last time I did a podcast when they were around, I put them upstairs and I gave them a movie, chips, and ice cream. And I was like, you can literally jump on the couch. You can do whatever you want to do. Do not come in this basement unless A, you're bleeding, and B, the bleeding hasn't stopped. Like they were like, okay. I was like, remember, the bleeding hasn't stopped. Okay. It's just like
A lot of blood.
like a lot of blood here.
Not just a little trickle.
Yeah.
Did it work?
No.
I didn't think so. I was like, does it ever work?
No, it didn't. No, it didn't work.
But did you line the furniture with plastic first?
Right. You would think I would be smart enough. No, I will say that our couch, when I bought it, it was one of those like wear all things that you can wipe off. And I was like, whatever. No, it's been great. Like, I don't know. I'm sure it's chock full of some chemical that is going to make us grow a tail or something, but it's still looking good.
Nice. For some reason, shortly after I had my daughter, I decided that buying ivory colored living room furniture was a great idea.
Mommy brain. Yeah. Mommy brain. Because I did that with our kitchen table. I bought a white kitchen table.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Why?
Like in my head, I was like, it'll be easy to wipe. And it is. But the stuff stays there, even if you wipe it.
It really does.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Monique, I want to make sure that we know where to find you and, of course, your favorite way to communicate.
Thank you so much. So you can find me on my website, which is Dr. Monique Nugent, Dr. Monique, Monique, Nugent, Nuge.com. And that's where you'll find the blog, and I'm updating the website actually right now, working with the company to get everything moved over and updated and putting all the podcasts and stuff on, as well as you can find the book there. You can find the book on Amazon, barnesandnobles.com, kind of anywhere that you buy books. And I am also on Instagram. I am at the underscore happiest hospitalist, underscore happiest underscore hospitalist. I didn't say that right. At the underscore happiest underscore hospitalist. I am not the best at Instagram. And I would say if I had a mid-year like resolution, it was to improve my Instagram presence. And so please follow and have patience. That's all.
As soon as you said please follow, I'm picturing the 5-year-old version of my daughter going and taking my phone and doing videos. And she's like, don't forget to like and subscribe for every video.
These kids, they pick up on everything. They're very much following everything that we have to say.
Oh, it was bad. At one point, she wanted to be a YouTuber. I was like, YouTuber for what? She's like, I don't know. And
They
now
don't
she's
know.
a gamer. It's all good. So, and we didn't talk about this. You said hospitalist. Can you tell us what a hospitalist is?
Yes, that's a great way to start. So I am an internist. I am a physician who sees acutely ill adults, but I only work in a hospital. So when you come into the hospital and you see the emergency medicine team and they say, okay, you're too sick to leave, you do need to be admitted, but you don't need the ICU. That's when you're going to see someone like me, a hospitalist. So I take care of adults who are acutely ill. You cannot make an appointment to see me. I jokingly say that I'm the doctor nobody ever wants to see because you only see me in the hospital, right? I'm not going to help you with your passport vaccinations. I'm really only going to see people who are unsafe to leave the hospital. And it doesn't just mean, and that's the interesting thing about hospital medicine, it's not just that people are too medically sick to leave the hospital. Sometimes there's social reasons why someone may not be safe to return home, right? Particularly with our elders, we may find that they're just not safe in their own space anymore. And so we keep them in the hospital while their family is helping them plan where the next place would be for them to be safe. We see people in transition points, in mental illness where like someone may have a mental illness that's very active, but they also have a medical illness. And so we will help get them medically stabilized while the inpatient psychiatric team sees them so that they can be safe to go off and get further psychiatric care. I see pregnant people for non-pregnancy related issues within the hospital. So pregnant women still can get a cold and, get a pneumonia. Pregnant women will fall down and get a cut on their foot that gets infected, right? I will see those people, and if they need to be hospitalized, I will see them as well. And then we take patients when they're coming out of the ICU. Right. So people don't stay in the ICU for their entire hospital stay. If you need critical care for whatever reason, and then you get well enough that they're like, wow, you don't need to be here anymore. I actually love that part of my job where I get patients out of the ICU and I start helping them to get more mobile and get well enough to get out of the hospital. Because I will tell you, people who've been in the ICU will think, I'm never going to leave. Like they can get really down. And when I'm with them and I'm like, okay, we're going to take out this tube out of your bladder and we're going to take off your heart monitors. And they're like, really? I'm like, yeah, like that's one of my favorite parts of my job is helping patients who just come out of the ICU to be able to leave the hospital because, that can be really scary. So there's lots of things that I do. I know this isn't a part of our conversation, but I think it's a great career in medicine. And I talk to med students about it all the time. Like being a hospitalist is a really good balance in life. Work-life balance can be good. But it's also a really great way to grow. I've been in physician leadership in different phases of my life, like as a chief resident, as an associate director. I've worked in different capacities, and I see my work as helping patients at a bigger scale. When I'm working to improve safety systems for hospitals, when I'm working to improve outcomes for patients, experiences for patients, I see that as my way of advocating for so many more patients than the ones that I'll see on my list for the day. And so I think it's a good job. If there are any young docs out there listening, consider it.
Well, thank you for the clarity. It's telling me that somebody like you has seen both of my aunts in recent months. So I appreciate the extra clarity on that.
Yeah.
Dr. Monique, I'd like to end every interview with just some space to say whatever's on your mind or in your heart. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I would say the thing I really want people to take away from this conversation, it's the same in any experience that seems like it's a lot, right? Like there's going to be points in your life where in these big transitions in life where you feel like a lot of things are happening. You can drive the ship. Don't let people say that because they're the expert, they know the thing that's going on and they're going to tell you what's right and what's not right for you. It doesn't have to just be in medicine. When you're applying to college, don't let somebody be like, oh yeah, you should go to this school over that school because I know it is the best. But is it the best for you? You're applying for a mortgage. You're going to have 10,000 people calling you and telling you about this rate and that rate. But like, what is the mortgage you're looking for you? Know that you are your own expert because you know what your capabilities are, what your hopes are, what your values are, what your long-term plan is, right? Listen, take all of those things in and steer your ship. Make sure you're the one in charge. You don't have to agree with everything that everyone has to say. That's something people ask me a lot. Like, do you get upset when patients don't agree? I used to. But now I know that like what their world is more than the 4 days that I've seen them. Yeah. And they have their reasons for doing things, right? Yeah. And so drive your ship, take a listen, but drive your ship.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monique, for being here and allowing me to, and my co-host Angela, to interview you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. This has been a really fun conversation.
Thank you. And I like to end the week with just a little bit of a recap of just quickly what our favorite moments were. So Dr. Monique, I want to start with you. Did you have a favorite moment from, I guess, our interview today or anything that you heard when you popped in earlier?
Yeah, no. Well, I did like that you gave me space to come back with my technological difficulties, so I appreciate that.
Oh,
But I enjoyed that. I feel like the three of us really understood what we're talking about. Angela, having your experience with your brother and understanding how the system really, it can be very difficult. And Laura, what you're saying about like building trust and it's the same principle in marketing as it is in medicine. Like do the thing you say, step up and deliver. So I appreciate that.
What about you, Angela? Anything that stood out to you today?
We kind of touched on this just before we went on with Dr. Monique. I love, again, the whole humanity aspect, that being able to really dive in and better understand what's going on within ourselves and what's going on within someone else. Like what Dr. Monique was just saying about, not having the family in. It's hard to tell sometimes what's going on when you don't have that depth of understanding. So being able to really step back and see that, and just really encourage people to do more of that. Like, people say, the guy who cut me off in traffic on my way to the office this morning, I decided to give him grace because I don't know what happened that morning at their home. What if we could do that everywhere we go? Mm-hmm. What if we could give that kind of grace in every situation to every person? Because we don't know.
Yeah,
we don't. So I just want to highlight a couple of the patterns that I have seen all week long. Humanity and treating people like human beings in and out of business has been in every conversation this week. We talked a lot about leadership and how leadership and marketing and that whole conversation is shifting to be more human. I love it. And compassion was a big part of that. The compassion, the caring, showing people that you matter, somebody outside of ourselves matters to us. And then this whole idea of change not being so difficult. It is up here. And even though we know what to do, it takes those other human beings that care about us to help us shift our mindset. And together we can move forward. So there's lots more in there, but that's just some of the highlights that I enjoyed. I do want to say thank you to my co-host today, Angela. Yay! And I want to say thank you to all of those that we've interviewed today and all of this week. And thank you to everyone who has watched live and the replay. This has been 5 days of fun with Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message, and we will be back in October for another week-long bunch of interviews with lots of awesome people. So thank you. We appreciate you. Much love, and we will see you again in October. Bye. And then I click end stream and I sing and dance. So